Give everyone a minute or two to get in the room. Good afternoon. This is a hearing for the Boston Cannabis Board. Today is Wednesday, September 9th. This hearing is being conducted pursuant to temporary changes to the open meeting law, which allows this board to meet virtually. Today's meeting will be recorded. I will now introduce Chairwoman Kathleen Joyce.
Good afternoon. I'm Kathleen Joyce. I'm chair of the Boston Cannabis Board, and I'd like to take a moment to introduce my fellow commissioners. We are joined today by Commissioner Lisa Holmes, Commissioner Darlene Lombos, Commissioner John Smith, and Commissioner Alejandro Sankian. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to introduce my project manager who works with me on the cannabis stuff, Jasmine Nguyen. And Leslie will go into greater detail, but Jasmine is going to give all the presenters a 5-minute warning and a 2-minute warning so you can wrap up your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we move to some housekeeping matters, I'm going to ask Commissioner Sankian to make a brief comment.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, fellow commissioners. I just wanted, for full transparency in reviewing the materials for today, did see that there were people who could have beneficial interest in some of these establishments who were contributors to my political campaign last year. This in no way will impact my decisions, my questions, and whether I approve the licenses or not, but I just wanted to, for full transparency, make sure that that was on the table before moving forward, and happy to answer any questions from my fellow commissioners on that, or anyone.
Thank you, Commissioner. Just a few housekeeping matters. Please note that the chat should be used only for individuals requesting to testify. Please do not put questions or comments in the chat as they will not be answered. Any questions or comments can be directed to cannabisboard@boston.gov. As the chairwoman referenced, and as I know I've talked to, I think, all of the applicants, there will be a 10-minute maximum presentation time today, and that is for the interest of both the time of everyone who is all the applicants, the commissioners, and then everyone who's here to testify today. So when you're called, you'll be asked to begin your presentation. I will control the slides, so please allow me a little flexibility and let me know when you want me to change the slide. Jasmine Nguyen will be keeping time, and as the chairwoman said, she will be giving a 5-minute warning and a 2-minute warning. After your presentation, each commissioner will have the opportunity to ask questions, at which time it will then be we will then accept public testimony, beginning with elected officials, both in support and in opposition of each application. As I believe you are all aware, a vote will not be taken today. The board will reconvene in 1 week after each commissioner has had the opportunity to consider the testimony and presentations heard today and any supplemental materials that are submitted to the board. And with that,
can I say one thing? My chat, it says the chat is disabled. If we want to speak and the chat's disabled, how do we?
Thank you. You should now be able to use the chat. Thank you very much. Calling HVV Massachusetts, Inc., the holder of a non-operational medical cannabis dispensary license has applied for a recreational cannabis retail dispensary license to be co-located at 220 McClellan Highway in East Boston. The applicant is a non-equity applicant. Applicant contact is Sarah Grant and Jeffrey Drago. Please introduce yourselves and state your name and your affiliation.
Go ahead, Jeff, you can start.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commissioners of the board. Attorney Jeff Drago at Drago and Toscano, an address of 15 Broad Street. We're part of the legal team for HVV, Happy Valley.
Hi, and I am Sierra Grant of Smith, Costello, and Crawford. Address is 1 State Street, Suite 1500 at in Boston, Massachusetts. All right, I'm going to be starting. So good afternoon, everyone. Again, like I said, my name is Sierra Grant. I'm a senior associate at Smith, Costello & Crawford. Smith, Costello & Crawford has represented Happy Valley since the very beginning of the medical use marijuana program here in Massachusetts. I personally have worked in cannabis law for the past 3 years and have guided dozens of clients through the application process, advised on regulatory compliance matters, and also assist in state and local municipal approval processes. If you go to the next slide. Thank you. So today we're going to cover Happy Valley's diversity and inclusion plan, their employment opportunities for Boston residents, the existing wage and benefit package, which is available to all employees. We'll talk about some community support that the project has from local elected officials, and we'll cover the location as well as the safety and security plans that will be implemented at that location. We'll also talk about parking and transportation plans for the proposed location. Next slide, thank you. So the applicant is Happy Valley, and it is led by Michael Reardon, the co-founder and president of Happy Valley. You'll hear today from Jeff Drago of Drago and Toscano, as well as some senior officials from Happy Valley, Melissa Rutherford, the director of compliance, and Gilly Mota, the general retail manager of Happy Valley, and also John Gray, who's the director of security, is available if there's any security questions later on. Next slide. So today we seek approval from the board to add adult use cannabis sales to the existing medical marijuana treatment center sited in East Boston. The location was granted a commence operations notice from the Cannabis Control Commission on April 28th of this year. Obviously, that was in the midst of the pandemic, but Happy Valley intends to be open and will be open by the end of this year. Currently, the property is approved as a medical marijuana dispensary or medical marijuana treatment center. It's located in the waterfront manufacturing district, and the lot itself and the size of the parcel is approximately 43,000 square feet. In accordance with 935 CMR 500.110.3, the property is not located within 500 feet of any pre-existing public or private K-12 schools, nor is it within a half mile of any existing cannabis establishments. So now I'll just turn it over to Jeff to cover some zoning and planning matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Next slide, please. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Again, Jeff Drago. In the interest of time, I just want to quickly go through our timeline with the City of Boston. As was mentioned previously, we were one of the first applicants that were approved for a medical marijuana dispensary at the site at McClellan Highway. At the time, that process was similar but a little bit different. We had to go through, obviously, the Board of Appeal, and this timeline kind of shows you that process. Back in August 29th, 2016, we received our refusal letter for a medical marijuana dispensary. We got unanimous support before the Zoning Board of Appeal on November 15th, 2016. We also had the support of all of our elected officials, which I'll go over in a moment. Our decision was signed and went into effect on December 6, 2016, became part of the public record on December 9th. We were issued our final certificate of occupancy when all of our permitting process was completed for medical back in September 19th, 2019. Once recreational and adult use was made legal, we started the process jointly to also include recreational back on October 3rd, 2018. We had our first public meeting held by the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services, which went well. We filed our application on January 31st, 2019, and we were issued our zoning refusal letter on March 13th, 2019. Next slide, please. So the next, I don't know if that's pulled up yet, the next slide talks a little bit about community support. And so, again, as was mentioned, we were already approved for medical marijuana and had the support of our state representative, Adrian Madaro, our state senator, Joe Boncore, former city councilor, Salvatore Lamatina,
5-minute
also-
warning.
and also the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We also had full community support with 40 letters and over 80 signatures. We were approved by the ZBA. For adult use, we also had support of our elected officials. Obviously, we had a new city councilor who I believe is represented here today and has submitted a letter of non-opposition, but we also had support from our state rep, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services, and Senator Boncore, as well as overwhelming community support. Next slide, please. And just quickly, some of the highlights and the reasons we feel and the community felt this was a great location. This slide kind of shows all that. Is one, we are on a major thoroughfare at 1A. And so it's great for those folks commuting into Boston, Logan International Airport. We are located in more of an industrial commercial corridor, so we are slightly away from the community of East Boston, but it's easy enough to access from MBTA routes and having that major 1A thoroughfare, which gets a large amount of car traffic. Next slide, please. And also we want to highlight, when we get to the next slide, our parking conditions. So this is a great destination spot for those folks that are needing to drive, especially those folks that may need handicap van service or handicap accessible parking. This location, because of its size and scope and the landmass, has 42 total spots for handicap, 38 regular. Parking spaces. We also have plenty of space for queuing, for social distancing, employee parking, and we are along 3 major bus routes and a 15-minute walk to Orient Heights T Station for public transportation. We can get into a little bit more of this with questions, but I want to turn it over to Melissa from HVV.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time. My name is Melissa Rutherford, and I'm the Director of Compliance here at Happy Valley.
Just mute their computer, please. Thanks.
Of course. Next slide, please. Some visuals of our area. This is the view down the street from the front. Next slide, please. And across the street directly from our front porch. Next slide, please. You will find that the cultivation and product manufacturing for this facility comes from our Gloucester cultivation, product manufacturing, and retail facility. And overall, our leadership team has a combination of 60+ years in our respective careers for manufacturing, cultivation, retail operations management, including human resources, security, safety, and my own small bit compliance. Next slide, please. Our mission
2-minute warning.
is premier cannabis experience, consistently quality products, and welcome everyone into the cannabis industry. Next slide, please. Diversity and inclusion. This is obviously very important to all of us. We are committed to creating a diverse workforce and to providing every opportunity for individuals who are interested in cannabis to be a part and portion of our team. We have a comprehensive management plan with goals and measures, which we will talk about on the next slide. And we are in complete compliance with the Massachusetts Cannabis Control Commission's requirements with regard to ownership as well as social equity. Next slide, please. Here you can see our 4-part plan. At a minimum, the staff at our East Boston location will reflect the local census data of diversity. We've achieved that here in Gloucester, Massachusetts, which is not an easy feat. And we are very familiar with the information of the Census Bureau for the East Boston area, and we look forward to welcoming all of our neighbors. Our second goal is that we are committed to working with minority business enterprises for all of the supplemental business services for Happy Valley. So any service that we can be provided through a third party, we're committed to working with minority business enterprises. Living wages. We currently meet and we plan to meet and exceed the Boston Jobs and Living Wage Ordinance. Nothing starts at less than $16 an hour, and most of our jobs start at $18 an hour. So we're well within that goal at this point. And then within hiring specifically, we're committed to working with the community leaders, focus of hiring minorities and individuals from the communities impacted by the war on drugs. And you'll see a little bit more of that on the next slide, please. So here's the census data for East Boston. Again, $16 minimum per hour. So we know what we're working with and to whom we are appealing. Next slide, please.
That's 10 minutes.
And this is the slide I was referencing earlier, my apologies. You can see here that we have done our homework, and Happy Valley, through its human resources team, which I've been working with very closely, knows where we need to start to make sure that the community knows that we are open and welcome to all of them working with us. And these are, as we prepare to higher up in regards to our launch later in 2020, these are the resources that we will be starting with, and these are the resources that we will reach out to help us meet those goals and to provide a truly diverse workforce for the East Boston location.
And thank you,
Next slide, please.
Ms. Rutherford. We did hit 10 minutes with this presentation. Please note that a copy of this presentation is being provided to each of the commissioners. So at this time, for the sake of,
I'm sorry.
we will turn to questions from the commissioners, and we can revisit any specific questions or topics they want to address.
Of course.
So with that, Chairwoman Boyce, do you have any
Thank
questions?
you, and I do, Leslie, and thank you for the presentation. I know you could probably go on for a good 45 minutes to an hour, but we do have copies of your presentation, so I'd like to be able to get to the questions from the commissioner. We do have 115 people on the call and lots of people who would like to testify. So my first question, and I'm not sure who on your team should answer, maybe it's Sarah, but you talked about the Gloucester location. How many years have you been open and operating there?
I can answer that question, Commissioner. We've been open and operating here in the Gloucester facility from a retail perspective since July 2020, and we first received permission to move plants into the building in third quarter 2019. So we've been open and operating for about a year, all in all.
Okay, but you opened for retail in July, this July?
Correct.
Okay.
This July, yes ma'am, six and a half weeks.
Okay, and just for purposes of your safety and security plan, you're located close to the airport, you mentioned that. Can you describe how you plan on IDing people who come into the building? I'm imagining you're gonna have people coming right off a flight. They could be international people, what you're doing for IDing, what sort of technology you're using.
Certainly. I would like to turn the answering of this question over to my Director of Security, John Gray. John, if you're available to answer, I can if you can't reach it.
Okay, sorry about that. As far as checking IDs, according to regulations, we're allowed to take a state-issued ID, a military ID, or a passport. So to answer your question about the international people coming off the aircraft, as long as they have a passport, we can verify their identification that way. Our security associates will be at the door with a handheld license scanner that scans the barcode on the back of every state-issued license, as long as there's a photo, to verify the age and the validity of the license. And they also have been through training to learn how to recognize military IDs and how to read the military ID. So we have technology for the verification of age for people coming into the dispensary.
Okay, would you consider for these out-of-state IDs, putting on my licensing hat, we deal with this a lot in the liquor side, asking for backup IDs? Sometimes the technology sometimes the fake IDs are 10 steps ahead of the technology. So it's just something your team might want to think about.
Absolutely. We have training on how to detect fake IDs. Have the person, there's various things that we'll have people do, such as writing their signature on a piece of paper to see if it matches the ID, ask if they do have a backup ID, such as a student ID or something else with their name on it. We have run into that in our Gloucester facility in the past.
That's what I was wondering. Like, have you had issues with that up there?
Not a lot of issues, but we have been suspicious of one that I can think of in particular, and it's okay. And we also have reference books for copies of every license in the state for IDs, so they can verify infrared lights, or I'm sorry, black lights to show the holograms on licenses to verify that they're correct.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for explaining that. Leslie, I don't have any other questions for the applicant at this time.
Thank you. And I'm just going in order of where the commissioners are on my screen. Commissioner Holmes, do you have any questions for the applicant?
I do, very briefly, and it just had to do with their description of the buffer zone in their presentation. It says that they were not within 1/4 mile of another cannabis operation, so I was a little confused by that.
Sorry if I misspoke then, 1/2 mile.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lombos, do you have any questions?
I do, thank you. I appreciate the goals around diversity and inclusion, and would like to look more at the plans a little bit more in depth when I get a chance. And I appreciate that you're following the Boston Living Wage Ordinance and exceeding that. I do have some questions about benefits and other kinds of relationship with workers. Do you have some thoughts about what you'll be providing for benefits for workers, and also how you are communicating to workers their rights and protections?
Michael Reardon, president of HVV Massachusetts Inc. So our benefit package for all employees is full health insurance. On top of, we're right now also offer electively additional insurance programs on top of the health insurance that is part of what comes with every single person, hourly or salary position. Do you have any other questions?
Yeah, I had a question about any other kinds of how your relationships with workers will be around their own protections and rights, also as workers, and feedback loops and that kind of thing. Can you give me just a sense and flavor for that?
I'm probably not the right person to actually answer all this. Our HR person would be better at it, but obviously we're adhering to everyone's rights are, we're not trampling on anybody's rights, and we adhere to any best practices as it relates to benefits programs and employees' rights. Melissa, could you elaborate for me?
Commissioner, let me add just a little bit of color to that as well. Happy Valley has a written open door policy, and we provide information on that during our onboarding training for every employee. And what Happy Valley means by an open door policy is that at any point in time, anyone can speak to any member of our team, whether it's a coworker to ask a question, whether it's to come directly to compliance about a concern, or if it's to contact our HR director and HR assistants with questions about anything. And our employees have used that. So we try very hard to have options and opportunities for everybody to communicate issues, observations, concerns, so on and so forth. And as appropriate, when communicated this information, we raise it to the executive level, we have a conversation on it, and we make sure that we're taking care of everybody.
Thank you.
Commissioner Smith, do you have any questions for the applicant?
Yes, good afternoon. One question. Thank you for your presentation. You talked about the commitment to working with MBs for supplemental services. Can you kind of identify how are you going to identify those, and what kind of supplemental services are you thinking about?
So off the top of our heads, our supplemental services would be cleaning the facility, which is an outside service that we would hire for, managing all of our waste and garbage as appropriate. We do have some rules and regs around our cannabis waste that we do have to follow differently. So those come to the top of the list for those kinds of services. Being that I would need guidance, I've already started the research into the city of Boston and its aggregators for those types of businesses and whom to speak to. So that's exactly where we're starting our research, is with the city of Boston and its aggregators for those types of businesses. And those are just a start. There will be, as we get open, other opportunities for different and more diverse types of businesses from the MBE community.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sankian.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks for the presentation. I had a few questions. One, this space has already been approved for medical marijuana use, correct? Or
Correct.
yeah. So what is the different, the space, has there been any space adjustments with the addition of the adult use application? Or is it the same space?
So you're talking about, sorry, Commissioner, this is Jeff Drago.
Yeah, that's okay.
You're talking about whether the space changed in terms of modifications for one, because we haven't officially opened for medical due to the pandemic, the whole permitting process. We were preparing to open, and then we got, obviously the pandemic hit, so it was right in April when we were able to actually move forward. So our intention is to open, but the facility itself is the same. The building, the loading bay areas, the handicap accessibility, that has all remained the same. So it would be an easy transition from medical to include recreational at the site.
Okay.
I can add, sorry, I can add a little color to that too.
Yeah.
The only operational difference would really just be making sure that there's that separate line for patients should they want to use that patient line.
Right.
So that, other than that, making sure that there's a designated fenced off, not fenced off, but partitioned off area, that would certainly be the only real plan-wise change.
Okay, great. And then in terms of the diversity goals, as was noted in your presentation, looking at the census that you did the racial breakdown, East Boston also has a very high foreign-born population of 50.7%, according to data recently released by the BPDA. So what's your commitment there to also hiring foreign-born individuals?
Our commitment remains the same, Commissioner. Obviously, we need to have appropriate paperwork in order to employ them properly, but we have no problem working with someone through that process. In fact, we've already done it here in Gloucester to support them in that efforts, and we will continue to do so. There's no issues whatsoever.
Right, but do you have the same goals within the foreign-born population, or because it wasn't listed in your actual presentation?
I guess, Commissioner, I don't see the foreign-born population as different, so I'm not sure how to address that question. To me, foreign-born simply means you weren't born in one of the 50 United States in America. My grandfather was born in Canada, so we're all here together. So short of having the legal right to do so or working with them to unknot those tangles, we will absolutely work with the foreign-born population of East Boston to be employed by us. I'm not sure how to answer that question. I just don't see them as a necessarily separate entity. If I need to, that's education that I need and that I will happily bring to Happy Valley to support those efforts. But I wasn't visually in my mind seeing them as a separate and distinct entity. I was seeing them as part of the whole.
So, and they would definitely fall within other categories. But as you look at, how we rate diversity and inclusion, commitment to minorities, commitment to women, immigrants are very specifically noted as a subcategory of that, and as needs a commitment to hiring, particularly in a neighborhood like East Boston, where 50% of the population is foreign-born. And that would include citizens, non-citizens. It would include people authorized to work. I understand you'd only be able to hire people authorized to work. It's a wide range, but I think, going into a neighborhood that has such a rich history of immigrants across the board, not just Latinos, but everybody, it is an important element that is something that's included within your diversity and inclusion plan, just as it's laid out in the regulations as immigrants being a very specific population. So, but they would be included across the board.
Yes, absolutely, Commissioner, they would. And thank you for the education and the information that I was processing from a different point of view. And I'm happy to take that back to our executive team and say, in addition to the Census Bureau, which we've agreed to match, we have to look at this subset of the population and align to that as well. So I will take that as a learning note for myself, and I will bring it back to Happy Valley, and we will commit to finding a way through that and providing an update to you would the next week be appropriate, Commissioner?
Yes, no, that's fine. In terms of the diversity within Gloucester, you said you've been able to meet the census numbers there. I'm not familiar with what those numbers are in Gloucester, and I wanted to know that within those, in hiring women and people of color, how does that break down across the board in terms of leadership positions versus entry level? And then in addition to that, what is the sort of internal professional development plan if you see a number of the diverse applicants or diverse employees being on the entry level? What is the plan for development and in professional development to be able to reach a leadership position?
So Commissioner, that's a multi-layered question. So let me kind of start with the tail end and work backwards, if you wouldn't mind. And
sure.
One of the key kind of questions I heard in there is, what is our leadership development, and specifically to minorities, what is our leadership development? Our leadership development within the organization is based on a number of things: observation, talent, skills. It's also based on the individual interests. We have promoted from within ever since we opened, and we've made choices totally based on attitude and skill sets. Within our minority identified populations here in Gloucester, we have several who have, through their interest, their asking, and their actions, been raised up to levels. A young gentleman, his first name is Jesse, who came to us, started as a cultivation tech. He's now a cultivation trainer. So it's his responsibility to make sure that everybody new on board gets the same level of training. And he's been entrusted with this because his dedication and his commitment to our SOPs are spot on. He did this for himself. We recognized it and gave him what else he needed to be able to be successful in that goal. So that applies to everybody. That is a specific example within the community. We have a lot of people who come who are very passionate about cannabis from a personal level, and they would like it to make it their professional opportunities. So in addition to the mandated training from the CCC of a minimum of the responsible vendor training on the adult side, we provide additional training across the board. We have our onboarding training, we have safety training, we have OSHA training, we have cultivar specific training, we have retail training. Gilly is a master at training and has great experience within developing that for retail, and I'll let him answer that question as well from that perspective. But we support our business areas, cultivation, product manufacturing, retail, with additional and ongoing training, and that is for everyone, not specific to anyone. And then I believe you also asked a question, Commissioner, and I apologize if it was a multi-layered question, so let me make sure I'm answering what you asked. But what I heard you ask was familiarity with the Gloucester background. So Gloucester and women in leadership, there we go. Gloucester is, by Census Bureau data, 94% white and 6% everything else. That's it, it's 6%. And we match that. We're very proud of those people who've chosen from minorities to come and work for us, because we know that they could work other places, and we're delighted they're here. And we continue to try to diversify ourselves and learn within ourselves to be more attractive to minority groups. But we are fighting the census a bit here in Gloucester. Additionally, our women in leadership, hi, I'm one of them. I'm very excited to be here. And I'm excited to work with my director of IHR, who happens to be a woman. My VP of wholesale sales is also a woman. So we are represented, I think I want to say it was 61% male to female beforehand, and that we continue to add more women. Gilly, if you want to speak about training and women in leadership.
Actually, I'm gonna ask you to wrap this up. It's been 35 minutes. If there's anything else you'd like to add, you could submit it in writing. We have 118 people on the call, and we have other applications to get to today.
Could we just answer this final question, Madam Chair, with Gilly?
Yeah, good afternoon, guys. My name is Gilly Mott. I'm the general manager.
Sure.
I just wanted to give inclusion in the sense of what we do for our diversity plan and hiring, as I will be doing most of the hiring down in East Boston. I've done the hiring up here in Gloucester for the retail division. Something that's very important to me as well, to find like-minded individuals that I can help train, educate on the cannabis industry myself, as I'm a veteran of 8 years in the industry. It's important to me to find my individuals to build our diversity plan for Happy Valley, to open up certain avenues to minorities and Latinos of certain ethnic backgrounds to be able to be included in the cannabis industry and to find successful careers as well as I have found myself. And
Thank you, Gilly. I'm going to ask you to submit the rest of your testimony in writing. We have to be fair to the rest of the people that have joined us today.
No problem. Thank you for your time.
I'm going to say this to every other applicant. We've received your submissions. We've read them. We're continuing to read them. And the commissioners have a right to ask their questions, but I'm asking you to only add additional information. And out of respect to everyone's time here, I'm going to have to cut people off, okay? Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we're going to open this up to public testimony. And as a reminder, please keep your testimony brief. Please state your name and your address and affiliation, if any. If there has been someone who has testified and you're echoing their remarks, again, let's respect everyone's time and please just state that you're echoing their remarks. Testimony can also be submitted via writing. The board does not weigh one type of testimony more greatly than another. With that, is there anyone who wishes to speak in support of this proposal, beginning with elected officials or their representatives?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Lina Tramelli with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on the record in support. During the community process, the Office of Neighborhood Services held a public meeting on October 3rd, 2018, where the applicant addressed most of the concerns of the abutters and also the attendees expressed support for this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. As outlined in her letter to the board, Councilor Edwards' position regarding this application is non-opposition. Her preference for supporting marijuana license applicants is to support local applicants. Given that this applicant has previously been approved for a medical license and is located in an industrial part of East Boston, Councilor Edwards is not opposed to this application.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else present who wishes to speak in support of this application? Is there anyone present who wishes to speak in opposition to this application? Thank you. The board will take this matter under advisement.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Calling EVG Farms Group, LLC, has applied for a recreational cannabis retail dispensary license to be exercised at 883 Hyde Park Avenue. The applicant is an equity applicant. Applicant contact Daniel Toscano. And again, please limit the length of your presentation. Jasmine Nguyen will give you a 5-minute reminder and a 2-minute reminder on the time.
Hi, this is Caitlin Bereza, and I'm going to spearhead this conversation today. And in the interest of time, anything that we can't get through that needs to be supplemented to what's already been provided, we will send in writing. So we're going to do our best here today to get through this as quickly as possible. So again, my name is Caitlin Bereza, alongside Daniel Toscano, who's here today as well. We represent jointly EVG Farms, LLC, which is seeking a retail establishment license and your approval today to operate such an establishment at 883 Hyde Park Ave. I'm going to just quickly, we're going to skip some of these slides because again, I know everyone's time is quite valuable. So bear with us if we're skipping ahead. And I appreciate, Leslie, your work. So first and foremost, we want to thank Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you so much for the time. I, again, am here to speak briefly on behalf of the owners, Sean Birdie, Armani White, and Jill, who are going to speak to you directly today on the significant portion of their plan, which you have before you. But just as an overview, Sean Birdie, lifelong resident, his family has been in the Roslindale Hyde Park area for over 100 years. Former Boston firefighter, is married to Jill, the other one of the co-owners here. They have 2 small children that attend Boston Public School. Jill owns her own small business, a women-run business in the North End. Both Sean and Jill are social equity program participants with the Cannabis Control Commission. Sean and Armani, also a lifelong resident, community organizer, together with Sean, are economic empowerment, hold economic empowerment status with the Cannabis Control Commission. The three folks you see before you here on the screen are the sole and only operators and owners of EVG Farms LLC, seeking your approval today. You'll see, if you want to skip, Leslie, through slides 3, 4, and 5, commissioners, you guys are already aware through seeing this presentation. We were going to walk you through some of their background, but in the interest of time, I'm going to pass the virtual mic to Armani White, one of the owners, to talk about diversity and inclusion, and he'll be handing the mic from there to his co-owners to handle employment and community support before you hear again from Daniel and I, should there be the time. Armani?
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Awesome.
Are you there?
Yes, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah, you guys can hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Just making sure. I'm Money right here. I'm happy to be here. Thank you so much, commissioners, for your service. We're super excited to present. Just want to start off by saying, you know, I'm a lifelong Boston resident and an activist who's pushed for racial equity and social justice in this city, and that's like the ethos of our business, and actually how Sean and I met, which you'll see if you look through our presentation more extensively. My family's from here. I've been arrested for marijuana, and so this is something that's very passionate to me, and something that I've been fighting for a while, and so really happy to be here today. For our diversity and inclusion plan, we have a commitment to match at the very least 70% of our staff being representative of the community of Hyde Park, which is 70% Black, Latino, people of color, immigrants. So you see our numbers there for what we're committed to. That's our minimum. Again,
Armani, we're having a little bit of trouble hearing you. You're breaking up a little bit.
Okay, are you? Okay, let me try one thing. Is this better? This is better?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah? Awesome. Cool. It's hard to see your faces, so thank you so much. So yeah, just to start again, the point of our business is about economic empowerment. Sean and I met in actually. Hold on, can you guys listen? Sorry.
On the Zoom
so yeah, we met.
Hey,
can you all mute that?
What's up, man? Chilling, bro. Just working and all
Mute
that
your
shit.
phones, please.
If you're not
I was going up to Center Street to grab something to eat, like tostados or some shit. But I'm on a Zoom call and shit, so I was like, just listening and shit. This nigga Armani.
Armani is, I don't know what the background is. Do you want one of us to handle this?
I think we've heard his entire conversation.
Yeah. I think he's set now though. So I'll just go again. Sorry if you can restart that timer for me a little bit. But we are again we're committed to diversity and inclusion. We met actually signing people up to actually become a part of the economic empowerment program. Sean and I and Jill, and so we have a commitment to matching at the very least the racial and ethnic diversity of the community and hiring directly from folks in the community. And it's not just about hiring. Also, it's about every step. Our contractual ancillary businesses will be Black and Latino owned. We've already set out RFPs about that and are moving towards making sure that happens. You can go to the next slide, please. Yeah, we know how the war on drugs has affected communities of color, like Hyde Park. We know that this program, well, frankly, this whole system of recreational marijuana in Massachusetts was legalized to help empower communities who are impacted by the war on drugs, which is what we plan to do with our business. This is something that we've been doing. Sean and I have been a part of with Equitable Opportunities Now, boosting job fairs to make sure we're hiring from our community, hiring people of color, and you'll hear from some folks later today who actually were able to get jobs because of the work that we've done in this industry. And so we're going to be working with local publications like the Bay State Banner.
Armani, I think now we've got an echo. I think we're having a little bit of trouble with your audio. Is there maybe somebody else on the team?
Yeah, I can go ahead and jump in, and I know that we've taken up a little bit of time. Sorry, Armani. Again, everyone, this is Caitlin Berezin. You'll see these slides. I think it's pretty clear that these folks have spent a lot of time working with community groups, folks that are in support of their organization, and folks that care about the same issues as it relates to reflecting the community. And so we'll leave it here. If there are questions, particularly about anything on the diversity and inclusion slide, maybe Armani can answer those questions and work out some of the technical kinks we're having. So if you want to jump ahead to the next slide. This is just in the interest of time. This was something we wanted to spend some more time on, but if we could move to the next slide. All right, and actually we're just going to go right ahead to the employment slide, which I believe should be slide. Can you skip ahead to slide 10?
3 more minutes.
Do you know?
11.
I can't find my the Zoom call I'm on.
If anyone who is not presenting, could you please mute yourself, double check that you're muted?
Okay, so in the interest of time, I was hoping that Jill and Sean could present, but I think because we only have 3 minutes, I'm just going to quickly run through a couple of things. In terms of an employment plan, which should be the next slide, Leslie, 11. If you could actually just go to slide 13, please. Perfect. So just in summary, this is going to be a competitive wage and benefit plan. Jill was going to speak today about being a woman-owned business and running her own business for 5+ years in the North End. She's very familiar with the rules and regulations, laws for all of this, and is spearheading this. And we plan to submit to you guys today, since we didn't have the time today to go through this in more detail to you. So we will plan to put some of this in writing, but wages and salaries will be competitive. You'll see here before you, I won't read it off the slide, the benefits package. And from there, we're gonna move forward to the next slide. Again, the next slide, just in the interest of time. And to the next slide, to the community support. So just in a high level, and this again was where Sean was going to talk a lot about him and Jill and Armani's connection to the community, being members of the Hyde Park Neighborhood Association, other civic associations across the district. But to highlight, we have well before Tim McCarthy, former city councilor, planned to retire, submitted a letter of support, the only letter of support that he wrote for an organization in the neighborhood. We also have and are very thankful to have a non-opposition letter from City Councilor Arroyo. We've been working closely with his office and plan to continue that relationship to ensure that any issues that he sees in the district as it relates to our application or organization would be addressed. And then of course we have a letter of support from City Council President Kim Janey, who highlights what we would have gotten into, which is the advocacy role that Sean, Armani, and Jill have taken in addressing racial justice issues and equity issues across the industry well before they had put forward an application, and have been committed to such for quite some time. If we could go to the next slide. Actually, if you just want to skip the letters and get to the location briefly. And I'll just go ahead and say now that I won't go through the security slides, but you can imagine that they will be meeting or exceeding all of the guidelines as it relates and regulations on security. We're happy to answer any questions. One thing I'll note is that the police department E18 and Captain Gillespie met with Evergreen Farms, and they are going to have, or EVG Farms, apologies, they will have their cameras linked directly to that police department. So that they can have a 24/7, 7-day-a-week line of seeing cameras and anything that's going on the street or out front of EVG.
That's 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Daniel, I don't know if you want to speak to, or you can ask questions about the facility if you want.
Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you. Dan Toscano. I'm going to just briefly about the location. As you can see on the slide, the 883 Hyde Park Ave is going to go through a complete renovations, exterior and interior, so it fits nicely within the community and fits nicely amongst the abutters' homes. The 883 Hyde Park Ave is within the local convenience of the Hyde Park Association, which is evident that the city of Boston has already determined that this is an appropriate location for local services such as takeout restaurants, daycares, barbershops, auto mechanics, and this is a former location of many takeout restaurants and a current existing former location of the daycare. So it was able to handle a lot of the foot activity and motor vehicle activities. Although there's no parking on site.
Attorney Toscano, I'm not being rude, but this was included in your presentation, and we still have to get to the equity certification, and I think we have about 30 people who want to testify in support, and the commissioners want to ask questions. So I did see all that. It used to be a daycare center. So let us get to our questions, and if we missed anything, I'll give you an opportunity to add to it. But I'm going to keep to this timeline. We will be here till 5:30 if people stay to the 10 minutes. And that has nothing to do with the testimony. So please understand, I'm not being disrespectful to the time you put into your application. We have reviewed the materials, but I have to keep this hearing tight. So I'm going to turn to Attorney Chayla White.
Hello. I was able to certify EVG Farms LLC as an equity applicant. Both Mr. White and Mr. Bertie to combine, they own 67% of EVG Farms. Both Mr. Bertie and Mr. White have had either criminal charges or convictions for marijuana. Mr. Bertie was convicted of manufacturing more than 100 marijuana plants in 2010. And Mr. White was charged with possession of marijuana in 2012. Both submitted sufficient documentation to substantiate that. Both Mr. Bertie and Mr. White have been long-term residents of Boston. They both presented evidence that they have been residents for at least the past 8 years. Mr. White has self-identified as African American. Both Mr. Bertie and Mr. White have submitted their federal income taxes, establishing that they are at 50% of the area median income. And both Mr. Bertie and Mr. White are certified by the CCC as economic empowerment applicants.
Thank you, Attorney White. Chairwoman Joyce, do you have any questions regarding the equity certification before we move on to questions for the applicants?
I don't.
Do any of the other commissioners have questions specific to the equity certification before we move on to questions for the applicants? Seeing none, Chairwoman Joyce, do you have any questions for the applicant?
I do. So Attorney Toscano started talking about this location being, you know, in a residential area. Can you describe in a couple of words when you met with the community what some of the concerns might have been with having a cannabis establishment right next to a residential area?
Yes, thank you for the question, Madam Chair. So we met with the community, and of course there are some concerns not only in this particular area, but everywhere where marijuana is proposed. The city has determined through zoning that this is a local convenience sub-district, which tells us that the local services is an allowable use. Retail is allowable use. Takeout restaurants is allowable use. Banking. So the local services industry is allowable. So there are concerns. However, we're able to meet with we feel that's an appropriate location to handle the foot activity and the activity at this particular location.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And this is what we want to be able to get to. The commissioners have reviewed the applications. We'd like to ask these specific questions. So I know part of this, part of our rules and regulations require the applicant to have a site control, and your application includes that you have a letter of intent from the landlord.
That's
okay.
Correct. This is Caitlin. That's correct.
Yeah, and we've received the letters back and forth between your office and the other Hyde Park location. And from my own clarification, could you please put in your own words there's no landlord-tenant lease signed yet?
That is correct.
Are you stating that is this going to be a pure landlord-tenant relationship with
Lynchpin.
With Lynchpin?
Lynchpin. Yep.
What are the terms of that? Is it going to be just rent or is it percentage rent?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the question. This is a simple answer to what I think has turned into some sort of complex back and forth about ownership rights and control. So Lynchpin owns the building. They will be, and their letter of intent indicates that they will be the landlord for EVG Farms LLC should they be granted a host community agreement and later a license to operate. That landlord-tenant relationship will be strictly landlord-tenant. There is no other control. There is no other equity share. There is no other aspect. It would be a traditional market rent. I can't speak to the terms of how much they plan to charge for rent. Happy to provide that information if it would be helpful.
When you do have that lease executed, we would require a copy of that. And I just want to ask you, again, it's going to be straight rent, not a percentage rent, correct?
That is correct. That is correct.
Okay, and then this is, new in Boston and new in Massachusetts, so the players are all new to me, and the national scene is new to me, but this applicant was a part of a Catalyst program on the national level. What kind of support did you get financially and otherwise from this organization? Because you're also getting an equity certification from the city of Boston, which seems like a duplicative
Sure.
step.
Let me make sure I'm understanding your question correctly, and might have been my internet that broke up a little bit there. Are you asking what benefits from the Catalyst program EVG Farms has or will receive?
Yes, and also the way it's described in one of the letters.
Sure.
It seems like it's the program that they're a part of is similar to what Boston's equity program is attempting to do, and I sometimes question whether the spirit of the ordinance is being carried out. If they're getting this other help, would that still qualify them as an equity applicant under our city's ordinance? So I'm giving you an opportunity to put it in your own words.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much for that. So yes, EVG Farms, the connection, as you know from the back and forth, is that Forefront, which is a national cannabis company, embarked on, as many other cannabis companies have to date. For example, Sierra Naturals has an incubator program. Other big name national companies are looking at ways to support smaller entities in whatever way their business model feels is fair and appropriate. This is Forefront's version of it. And this is the sole beneficiary so far of this program in Massachusetts. And those benefits include, for first and foremost, it was the purchase, it would be the fact that this group would not be able to afford to purchase property in Boston. And so this is a benefit. The biggest benefit is that they would be able to pay an appropriate rent to Forefront that owns the building, but that relationship is strictly landlord-tenant. That gets them off the ground in that regard. If EVG is allowed to move forward, if the city approves them, they will need to do building renovations and upgrade the building to fit the fabric of the community. That is financing that EVG Farms could, but is not tied to using financing through the Catalyst program. I think that Sean Birdie, who knows Chris Crane well, they are personal friends. Their kids played together when Chris lived in Roslindale. That relationship, as it relates to the Boston's equity fund, is very secure. There is a belief by EVG Farms that they won't have to wait. They've been waiting years to get this done and to get certified and to move forward. And I think they know that the Catalyst program has assured them of their support rather than waiting for seeing if there are other ways to make their dream come true and get financing otherwise. So the use of the Catalyst program, and I think it echoes what the city's trying to do, which is to support individuals, companies that otherwise wouldn't be able to. the EBG is looking for support in any way that they can get it, and this is what was available to them and has been offered to this date. But I want to be clear, the landlord-tenant relationship, when executed, will be the only existing tie between Forefront or Lynchpin owning that and Evergreen Farms. And the CCC's definition of licensee indicates that that relationship alone, without any other contract for control or otherwise, is not a licensed is not a licensee. So Lynchpin nor Forefront would be considered a licensee. That is solely EBG if that is the nature of the relationship. And the same would go for debt financing terms, and that is indicated in the CCC regs as well. So if EBG found their terms to be the most appropriate, they need $500,000 to build out, they've looked around, they choose to utilize them, that is only paying back with no other strings attached. And I hope that answers your question.
Okay, thank you. It does. Oh, Leslie, you're on mute.
Apologies. Commissioner Holmes, do you have any questions for the applicant?
I do, and maybe it's not a question, and in the advent of time, I'm just gonna make a comment. I've read through your security program, and you have a lot of what you're gonna do, but not a lot of how you're going to accomplish these things. Like, how are you gonna secure the outside perimeter to make sure that there's no loitering or smoking? How are you going to check IDs as people are coming in? What is your process? How are you going to ensure that because you are next to residential neighbors, that we're not infringing on their properties while your business is open? So you have a lot of the what's, but there are very few how you're going to accomplish these. So maybe if you could give us an additional, an addendum to what you've already submitted on how you could accomplish that, that would be sufficient for me.
We'd be happy to do that, Commissioner, no problem.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Lombos, do you have any questions? Commissioner Smith, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you. And similar to Commissioner Holmes, I was going to ask a similar question, but also directly to Amani. I think this is the second time I've seen you involved in a project. And also, when you did your presentation, you talked about hiring 20 people. And given your history, how are you going to incorporate, how many percentage of that are incarcerated people?
Yeah, it's a great question. We haven't set a percentage on that, but we want that to be looked at. We do have a percentage around, as you see, like, you know, race and gender and LGBTQ. But that is something that we are going to focus on for sure. As you know, through my advocacy work, we have connections with organizations that serve those populations directly, like the Good Jobs Pipeline, set up by, the Community Pipeline and / Jobs Action Network. We have a letter from them where they say that they're going to work with us to make sure that folks from our communities are hired, which includes folks who are formerly incarcerated. But you know, there's organizations on that list that serve directly those organizations.
Thank you, Amani.
Yeah, and I'll just add too that we do have letters of support from the Black Chamber of Commerce, BECMA, which I think speaks to our commitment to the communities that I come from and that I hope to serve through, and that we hope to serve through this venture. So, yeah, great question.
You, Commissioner Sinkian, do you have any questions for the applicant?
Thank you. I actually had the same question as Commissioner Smith in terms of the Corey goals, and then also the percentages, if there were any kind of goals in terms of hiring local residences, whether there are any actual measurable goals on that.
I'm happy to take that question, Commissioner. Thank you, Armani. I don't know if you wanted to answer it. Please jump in.
Oh yeah, yeah. I was muted, so sorry. You know how Zoom, it's not my damn Zoom apparently. But yeah, we have goals to hire from Hyde Park, majority from Hyde Park. That is something that is a goal that we're going to aim for. We have ways to track our actual success in doing this. You see under our employment plan, and under our diversity and inclusion, we include our tracking. And we actually plan, if we do not hit our goals, to donate to organizations that that make sure that the issue that we're not able to solve, which again I don't think we'll have an issue with, is met, and people are from those communities are being hired. But we do have a plan for that. We plan to annually review the diversity and hiring goals and make amendments as needed. And in terms of just our payment scale, like we're paying folks more than the Boston Good Jobs, and we are, we're hiring 20 folks with good paying salaries for managers and senior positions, almost making six-figure salaries. So we're really looking to empower Black, Latino, folks from the community, from Hyde Park, formerly incarcerated folks.
And not to be answered right now, but I was very struck by the professional development program and fund, and if there were any further details on that in terms of what percentage you thought would go into that, what the type of how that would be funded and broken up. You don't have to answer me that now, but if you had any further information, if you could include it in an addendum, that would be great.
Yeah, we're really proud of that fund. It's I think just comes from Sean, Jill, and I's commitment to equity in this industry. We figured this would be a great way to do it. The percentage will totally follow up around that, but we plan to be making considerable investments into our community, not just a couple of dollars here. And we've had those conversations already, as you can see through the letters of support we have from both neighborhood association leaders and community, like racial justice advocacy organizations. And we're actually exploring. You'll have this letter with Sankofa Group, a profit sharing worker ownership model. We're committed to worker democracy too, which is something that I think which is something that we think is important to uplift, knowing that not many other businesses are doing what we're doing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Before we turn to public testimony, did any members of the commission of the board have additional questions?
Attorney Barrison or someone on your team, until I'm comfortable with the relationship between Forefront Ventures and Lynchpin, I might have some additional questions, which I'll share with my fellow commissioners and you. Just looking for some more answers in writing.
Sure.
Forefront Ventures relationship to this applicant, if I could get some more clarity on that. They sound like they're a big national company. What they maybe paid for this, Lynchpin paid for this property. I just want to get a better feel for the money that went behind this.
Yeah, we're more than happy to answer any questions that you have in writing or otherwise at the appropriate time, without a doubt.
If you could submit those to us by email to the board, I'll make sure the other commissioners get a copy of it. I don't want to take up any more time because there's a slew of people that would like to testify on this application as well. But those are my concerns right now as far as the relationship between the applicant and Forefront Ventures and Lynchpin.
Great. I'll follow up with Leslie to make sure we answer each and every question that you have in writing. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we're now going to take public testimony. As a reminder, please be thoughtful and considerate of everyone's time. Please keep your remarks brief. You can also submit additional remarks in writing. They will be given the same weight as any public testimony today. And we'll begin with elected officials or their representatives. Are there any elected officials or their representatives who wish to speak in support of this applicant?
Yes. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Joe Coppinger from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We'd like to go on record in support of this application. The community process was conducted by the former Hyde Park liaison, Brian Flynn. At that time, we received a plethora of support from the community, elected officials, and organizations within the greater Boston area. Sean and his family, Armani, they're a local group. They're local applicants, equity applicants that we would like to see more of in the city of Boston with these marijuana licenses. At the end of that, I'd just like to say, we'd like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Are there any other individuals, elected officials or individuals representing elected officials who would like to speak in support? Right, with that, we'll begin calling individuals who've requested to testify. Is Phyllis Carlson present? Phyllis? Is Alex Poniatowski present?
Yes, hi, how are you today? My name is Alex Poniatowski. First, sorry, my grandmother's Phyllis Carlson. She's a little technologically challenged, so it's possible that she was unable to speak today. I'll try to summarize both our points as quickly as possible. So long story short, we are not in favor of this proposal, and primarily for geographic reasons. It's a terrible intersection already, and my grandmother is a social worker who sees clients without insurance. She offers a third of the market rate to clients who don't have insurance, only $40 per visit as opposed to the typical $120. She serves the most vulnerable members of the community, and this proposal would be a huge disruption to her business. And frankly, I'm baffled by Mr. Toscano's comparison of the foot traffic of a pot shop, aka thousands of people per day, and a takeout restaurant. And for the record, the daycare that was previously at the 883 location had a van that picked up the majority or all of the children on a daily basis. Pardon me. I'd also like to say the Metropolitan Hyde Park Ave intersection is very busy, dangerous, and dangerous to pedestrians, particularly subject to lane violations. What I'm picturing is a half dozen Ubers double parked outside Evergreen, and therefore also my grandmother's abutting house, and some jerk flying through a yellow light and rear-ending her because it's already a 2-lane merging into a 1-lane, and the visibility there in that at that intersection in general is very low. In that situation, not only will I be angry, but my grandmother's clients, who are among the most vulnerable in our community, like I said, will lose one of the only social workers that charges such a low rate. And frankly, I'm also kind of baffled by the ties of Evergreen to Forefront. The listed CEO has ties to Forefront as well as the dispensary network, Mission, Massachusetts, and I would thank the board in advance for doing their due diligence in that case, and would humbly request that any significant findings would be made public, so we're able to know exactly who's profiting in our communities. And with that, for the sake of time, I'll say thank you very much to the board for hearing out the communities today and this opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. Is Ivan Ritchie's present? Is James Kinker present?
That's Kirker. K-I-R-K-E-R. Yeah, that's me. I'm Jim Kirker. I live on Davison Street in Hyde Park. I'm also the president of the Hyde Park Neighborhood Association. So today I'm speaking not only for myself, but as a representative of the HPNA, and we want to offer our strong support for EVG Farms getting the marijuana retailer license in Hyde Park. They are quite simply the only truly local-based applicants for a license. They all live here. I think they've all lived here for quite a while. Excuse me, we believe that it's really important for locals in a business such as this, for locals to be the ones that own it. We feel that as far as offering support for things such as youth, sports, youth music, that sort of thing, they are far more likely to be giving money, in our opinion, than some group that's outside of the state. We also believe that since they are local, they're going to be a little bit more in tune with the demographics of this neighborhood. And as far as hiring practices are concerned and equity and racial justice issues, I think because they are local, they are going to be better prepared and better able to follow through on this stuff. I will say this, I'm sorry I'm taking time, but that other guy took plenty of time. I was going to cut this short, but several years ago, before I was president of the Hyde Park Neighborhood Association, they came and gave a presentation, and it was very thorough. It was very good. There were people there that were against this happening because they were against having a pot dispensary in Hyde Park. We explained to them that this is going to happen no matter what, and we need to have somebody local. Eventually, everybody came over to that side and said, yes, we're going to support the local people. Somebody from EVG Farms has come to every single meeting, before COVID, I should say, every single meeting that was there. It was either Sean or Armani. They were all, they would come and they would stay after the, could that person who's on the phone, please, thank you. They would stay after the meetings to answer questions from the people of HPNA and people of the community. Not everybody is a member of the HPNA. And they were the only group that did that. They were the only group that came to every single one of our meetings. And I think that shows a commitment to this community. So
Thank you, Mr. Kirker.
I would just like to say once again that, yeah, we very strongly support EVG Farms getting this license. And just one of the things, I forgot, Ms. Joyce, I forgot what the first question you asked was, but I believe I can answer that. What was the first question you asked of them?
Mr. Kirker, I want to ask you to submit whatever else you want to say in writing in the interest of time.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Is Ian Powell present?
I am. Do I need to show my video?
No, if you could just please be brief.
All right, thank you. And I'll try to be very brief. Thank you, everybody, for your time and energy today. I appreciate all these efforts around this type of topic that really has a chance to change our community, but also the people from our community that have been affected by these laws now be able to give opportunities for the people that live here. My name again is Ian Powell. I'm a Dorchester resident, and I'm here to voice my support for EVG Farms and their proposed retail establishment. I will surrender my time. I don't know what you guys say.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is Joe Johnson present?
Yes. Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes. My name is Joseph Johnson. I am a Boston resident, and I'm here to voice my support for EVG Farms and their proposal for an establishment at 883 Hyde Park Ave. As they presented, they are a 100% equity company at both the state and city level, and they are dedicated to racial and social justice. I am a friend of Armani White and have been supporting him for some years. And I wish him the best of luck on his political endeavors and also his endeavors in this venture. And yeah, I surrender my time.
Thank you very much. Is Gilbert White present?
He is present. Hi there. I want to offer my support to EVG Farms. I'm Amani's dad, and I'm in full support of Amani, Sean, and Jillian. I'm a lifelong resident of Boston. I have personally been affected by the marijuana laws back in the day, back in the 70s and the 80s and 90s. I've worked in the field of substance abuse addiction for many years. At one point in time, I was told I would be totally opposed to something like this because I felt that it supported drug use. But I've come full circle and fully and totally understand the need for something like this in the community. So that being said, I just want to say continue to do what you have to do in order to make this a reality and not to see any more of my friends or future folks be incarcerated and serving crazy time for marijuana. So that's my support.
Thank you very much. Rachel McCann? Is Rachel McCann present?
Yes, hi. My name is Rachel McCann. I live in Hyde Park. I'm a member of the Hyde Park Neighborhood Association. I'd like to mostly echo what Jim said, and that I strongly support EVG Farms for their application. I personally have known Sean for over 30 years, and him and Jill are dedicated and loving parents, and I know that they are absolutely committed to building up our neighborhood, and they're I am positive that they will be a benefit to our community as far as diversity and just a general boon to the neighborhood in general.
Thank you. Is Michael Christmas present?
I am. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'd like to just say that I support EVG Farms and the opening of their establishment. I fully support their dedication to social justice as well as the activism of Armani White. I think this establishment can shine a light on the possibilities for Black ownership, as well as be an indicator that the hurt caused by unfair prejudices regarding marijuana in our community can finally begin to heal. I support EVG Farms. Surrender my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Melissa Gorash present?
Hi, yes, thank you. My name is Melissa Gorash, and I live on DeForest Street in Hyde Park. I'm here in support of EVG Farms and their application. I've known Sean and Jill for many years, and I've been a member of the Hyde Park community for over 20 years. When I voted for legalization in 2016, they were exactly the kind of company I had in mind that would come to my local neighborhood, a company owned by people who were hurt the most by the war on drugs and had a keen eye on racial justice. I truly think they'll give back to the community and back to the neighborhood in a way that others wouldn't. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is Vanessa Snow present? Is Dan Epstein present?
I'm here.
Go ahead, Vanessa.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Vanessa Snow. I am a lifelong Boston resident that currently is living in Hyde Park, about a mile away from the proposed location. I am a labor organizer by profession, so I am especially excited and supportive that a business is exploring being worker-owned, as its workers will not only be earning income, but also accruing wealth and having a voice in their working conditions. They would be the first dispensary in the nation with that model if it works out. One thing I love about living in Hyde Park is that it's been a diverse community in which immigrants and people of color have been able to achieve home and business ownership. However, it's still got a long way to go in terms of having a thriving and vibrant local economy, especially as we recover from COVID-19. And I believe having a dispensary in the neighborhood will help support all of our local businesses. EVG's commitment to racial, economic justice is not just talk, and you can see that from its current ownership, all of whom are Boston natives and current residents, which sets them apart from its competitors. I can more specifically talk about Armani White, a community leader who I hold in very high esteem. And I know from organizing together in local elections, housing, and police reform spaces, his leadership and advocacy over the last several years in the equitable opportunities now, yes on question 4, Boston's equitable regulation in the cannabis industry ordinance at the city level, it clearly demonstrates a commitment to building an equitable cannabis industry in which communities and individuals who have been impacted by the war on drugs and criminalization will have a real share in its success, and is exactly the type of model that this industry should be supporting. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is Dan Epstein present?
I'm here.
Please go ahead.
Hi. Thank you. Thank you for your time. My name is Dan Epstein. I am a Hyde Park resident. I live on Hyde Park Ave. And I just wanted to voice my support for EVG Farms. I have known Sean for many years, and he is just a stand-up individual, salt of the earth kind of guy. Lifelong Boston resident. You know, he really cares for his community and his neighborhood. When I voted yes on question 4, no on question 4, it was really, there was a few reasons why. But one of the biggest was to see people who have been impoverished and been hurt by the war on drugs finally take a turn and be able to stand up for themselves and possibly, you know, provide for their families. My father was incarcerated. I spent a lot of time in poverty and dealing with a lot of family members who were taken down via the war on drugs and spent a lot of time in prison. So I know very well what it's done to our neighborhood and our community. And we need something local here. We need, you know, local people who care to grow communities, to grow their businesses here, to help to grow the community. And really, I mean, it's Sean and EVG in particular are part of the reason why I stepped up and became a part of the social equity program myself. So I'm a participant as well. And I know I'm looking to grow a business of my own, but I would like to see as many local opportunities arise as possible.
Thank you,
So
Mr. Epstein. Thank you, Mr. Epstein. I'm going to jump in and ask the other people that are looking to testify in support or opposition. I'm just going to remind you we're hitting the 1 hour mark on this applicant. So if you have anything that hasn't been shared yet, if you're in support, that's great. Give us your name and your address. We'll note it. I'm going to ask you to summarize briefly what that support and opposition is.
Thank you. Is Epiphany Dunstan present?
Hi, yes, I am present. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Okay, I'm a resident of Boston, and I'm here to support the EVG Farms and the proposed marijuana retail establishment. I wanted to echo some of the things that were previously said, that they were born and raised in Boston, which means this is their community. And from the presentation, as well as the previous statements from other people who testified, we can see that they have a dedicated commitment to improve and uplift the community.
Thank you very much. Is Chris Crane present?
Yes. Sorry. Sorry, I was having mute issues there. So, yeah, so my name is Chris Crane. I'm the president and founder of Forefront Ventures. So I wanted to let folks know that I am here and I'm available to answer questions. I understand now is probably not the right time, but we'll be available after this. I did just want to speak, though, to help clarify some things that were raised. I got involved in this project, and we got involved in this project almost 4 years ago when I was living in Roslindale. I was a resident in Kittredge, just off of Metropolitan Avenue. Sean and Jill became very close friends of mine from the neighborhood. Sean's mother babysat my kids, or babysat my son, I should say, twice a week. So our sons are very close. And I have been an activist on this issue for long before there was an industry. I was one of the founding members of an organization called Students for Sensible Drug Policy over 20 years ago when I was a college student, and worked on this issue in Washington, D.C. for over a decade, well before there was an industry at all. And I did this because, and I got involved in this because I wanted to see a way for folks like Sean and like Armani, and particularly Sean, who has been put through the ringer on this, have an opportunity to not only redeem themselves from a conviction that never should have happened in the first place, but to have an opportunity in this emerging industry. It's why we launched the Catalyst program, was to empower equity applicants like Sean and Armani without doing so in a way that is exploitive, which is unfortunately something that we see in the industry. Unfortunately, with a lack of access to financing because of federal illegality, it's very difficult for equity applicants to obtain financing. And so we tried to do it we tried to make this available in a way that is incredibly fair, with no strings attached, and where they are not obligated to take our funding. So we will make debt financing available to EVG Farms. If they can find other terms or better terms elsewhere, they're welcome to do so. We have helped fund this project to date with no signed agreement, no guarantee that we will have any involvement in the project going forward, because I believe in Sean and believe in Armani and believe so much in this project. We've agreed to be landlord for the project at market rate. We will not charge any extra rates there. If they want to take advantage of financing, we can finance the build out and roll that into the rents. That would be the only way rents would be a little bit higher than market. It would be only because that would be the financing mechanism.
Mr. Kane, no, it would be helpful if you could include that in some written testimony. This is
absolutely
complicated. It just came to the board's attention in the last couple of days, and I don't think we're going to be able to resolve all the questions and answers now, but I do appreciate you joining the call. It's nice to see that you are locally based. And if you could explain in writing what your relationship is with the applicant and his company, and include things like when you purchased this property, how you found him to be the tenant, and vice versa. These are just the questions, my naivete possibly, but what the national scene is like and the funding. But those are some questions that are just on the forefront of my mind, and I appreciate you coming here, but I'd like to get to everybody else.
Yes, we will put together a narrative that further clarifies. I do want to not mislead, though. I unfortunately am no longer a resident of the neighborhood. I had to move because of the family emergency. But I was there for years and very close with Sean and feel very passionate about this project and this community.
And I appreciate it. And I would like everyone else to have an opportunity to speak. I'm going to ask them, if you don't have anything in addition to add to what we've heard today, to just state your name and your address and to submit your testimony in writing. So Leslie's going to go through the list.
Thank you. So as the chairwoman said, please just state when I call your name, state your address and whether you're in support or opposition. Again, you can submit written testimony to cannabisboard@boston.gov. That will all become a part of the record. Is Jeff Similian present?
Yes, I am.
Could you please state your address and whether you're in support or opposition of this applicant?
In support.
Thank you. Is Sagoon?
Can you state your address, Mr. Similian?
My address is 166 Terrace Street, Roxbury, Mass.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is Sagoon Iduwa present?
Yes, Shagun Idowu. I live at 1513 Hyde Park Avenue, representing myself and the Black Economic Council of Massachusetts. We sent a letter to the Cannabis Board. If you haven't received it, happy to send that again, but we're here in support of EVG Farms.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in support? Please just simply state your name and your address.
Yeah, my name is Shamsud Dalcio Berry. I live at 75 Homestead Street in Dorchester, Boston. I support them full-heartedly. Armani's great. I've known him for a while.
Thank you. Anyone else who wishes to speak in support?
Marvin Martin,
Yes.
Boston resident with Action for Equity. The only thing new I would like to add into what everyone else already said is that I know Armani's commitment to diversity in the workforce because of the work he's done with us around implementing the Chuck Turner Jobs Act and CORE reform. Thank you.
And Mr. Martin, where do you work?
Action for Equity.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Chanel Lindsay. I am a resident of 754 South Street in Boston. And I would like to speak in support of EVG Farms. In addition to being a resident, I also was an author of Question 4 to legalize marijuana for adult use. I also am an appointed member of the Cannabis Advisory Board and a cannabis equity activist. In addition to everything that everyone else has said, I just really want the board to understand how deep the advocacy work of Sean and Armani. I've been working side by side with both of these gentlemen for over 5 years now, before cannabis equity was popular. And their work in large, in their efforts over these years, and I'm talking about countless hours working with Armani actually is a co-founder of Equitable Opportunities Now, who I'm here on behalf of as well. We are a nonprofit that has led the charge in many ways on equity in Massachusetts. And both Sean and Armani have worked fearlessly towards equity goals, both in the legislature and just wanted to speak a little bit about this concern that they would be involved in another incubator program. I think it's actually rare. I think we should all understand how rare it is to actually see two people who have been personally impacted by the war on drugs make it even to this point to be in front of you. I'm not sure if you guys are aware of how difficult it is even for well-funded businesses to be successful.
I do. I appreciate that. I am not criticizing it at all. I'm just looking for more information because this was just brought to the board a couple of days ago. So I appreciate it, and I'm not judging it. I'm just looking for more information. That's my job as chair of the board, to do my due diligence. And so I'm asking the questions that I would like answers to.
Of course, and I think that just speaking on that and understanding both Armani and Sean's work and push to ensure through the regulations that equity applicants are not able to be taken advantage of, that has been a key part of their work. So I just wanted to express that.
And I agree with the history of these applicants in the country and in our city, but I am responsible. I have a duty to ask these questions.
And you should, because there are some places that are exploitative, but
Thank you. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in support of this applicant?
Yes, my name is, oh, you can go ahead.
I'd like to speak in support. My name is Baron Langston. I am a resident of Hyde Park. I'm also a business owner in Hyde Park. I didn't hear everything, but I just wanted to add one little small point, and we're in a rush. If the local guys have everything, all their boxes checked that makes you feel comfortable, it's just like the big guys from out of town, it does better for the community, and it makes more sense for you to support the local guy. I'm on the Hyde Park Board of Trade. I'm on Hyde Park Main Streets, and we are definitely in support of trying to, push our local residents and local businesses to get to the next level. The big guys, they have the machine behind them, and they can always get somewhere, but the local guy might not ever have a chance. And I think if our, citizens and our city can give a local guy a chance, that's where our obligation should be with. So
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
And it sounded like there was one other person who had asked to testify.
Yes, hi, my name is Courtney Isom. I live on Sanford Street in Mattapan, and I am in complete support of EVG, specifically because these are locals who know the people, they know the neighborhood. So the people of the neighborhood should be the ones having access to these things. And I also want to touch on war on drugs. It's time to change this narrative. Black people deserve the same opportunities, if not better opportunities, for the work that they do. So I just want to state that I am in complete support. I think that this business is super needed in our neighborhood, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to this proposal? Right, the board will take all of this under advisement. As a reminder, additional.
Hello, excuse me. Did you hear me?
I'm sorry, I did not. Please state your name and address.
Phyllis Carlson, 881 Hyde Park Avenue, Hyde Park.
And Ms. Carlson, I believe and I apologize, your grandson testified earlier?
That is true.
Okay, and are you?
But I would also like to. I'm in a butter, okay? May I speak?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I live at 881 Hyde Park Ave. I'm a lifelong Boston resident. I inherited this house, which is 140 years old, and rebuilt it from the inside out 11 years ago. I am cheek to jowl with 883. I think we are inches apart. I am not in support of this. I have a business as well as being a resident. As my grandson said, I am a therapist. I see children as young as 5. I do probably 85 sessions a month, every month. I'm very busy. There is no parking. And when Sean spoke to me, he came and sort of schmoozed with the baby, but it wasn't particularly professional. I was told that there would be 10 employees. Now I think there are 12 or 20. The situation remains the same. The parking is abysmal, and there is no parking. I have a business. I have 2 spots in front of my house. Also, it's a very busy street with buses running every 12 minutes. With a curve in the road, there are accidents. I am against this business because of parking, the impact on pedestrians, who will include my clients, who include children, as I said, and the elderly. And I've been to many meetings. I've attended meetings, I've written letters. For the most part, I don't think I've been particularly involved, spoken to. So what I would like is a delay in this decision until somebody comes and sees this property and where it is and where my business is. And I wonder if there has been an impact on the traffic and parking in the area.
Okay, Mrs. Carlson, I appreciate you joining us. We have you down as opposed, and you can put anything else in writing to us.
Thank you. And the board will take this matter under advisement. As a reminder, please keep everything brief. If the presentations and the testimony continues to go this length of time, we will not be able to go through all of the applicants today. And even though we know people are enthusiastic about taking their position, if you're supporting someone, you could put them in the position of not being heard today. Calling New England Cannabis Corporation. has applied for a recreational cannabis retail dispensary license to be exercised at 204 North Beacon Street in Alston, Brighton. The applicant is a non-equity applicant. The applicant contacts are Kenneth Stevens and Ron Lipoff. As a reminder, if you're not presenting, please mute yourself.
Thank you for your patience, Mr. Lipoff. Give us a second. I just want to make sure that Jasmine is on. I appreciate your patience.
I'm on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and may it please the board. Leslie, we'll start on the second slide. And as the board has indicated, they'll be reading all of these slides. I'm going to jump around and kind of highlight where we differentiate from others. So if we could go to slide 2, please. New England Cannabis Corporation is a family-owned and woman-owned business. Deborah Stevens, Ken Stevens, and Matt Stevens all pay attention to this operation. Deb and Ken Stevens first really took a look at marijuana when Deb's mom was navigating her cancer journey, and they understood that marijuana could be additive as in pain management. Matt has had his own legal issues as a minor and honorably demonstrates the true value of what a second chance can do for people. Deb has had her own woman-owned business for the last 30 years, focusing on design, marketing, and communications for regulated industries like medicine and healthcare delivery. She's now bringing all of that experience to operation of this retail establishment. She does not have any other interest or ownership in Boston or Massachusetts marijuana establishment. Ken does. As you can see here on the slide, he holds provisional licenses for cultivation, product manufacturing, and medical R&D in the town of Holliston. He also was issued one of the first application status priorities issued by the Cannabis Control Commission, which is important because once you're deemed to have a complete application in cannabis control, those with priority actually jump the line. And today that could save anywhere from 6 to 9 months. And we will be working with a social equity delivery provider, which we'll talk about in a moment. Next slide, please, Leslie. The highlight of this slide is that our property at 204 North Beacon Street is a standalone property. We've done significant investigation of the peak times of the day, and we know that the morning rush really is done by 9:30 at this location. So we're going to give a little bit of extra buffer time and then open quietly at 10 o'clock and then go till maybe 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. We do have access to 24 parking spaces, and with an average visit of 15 minutes, that kind of can act like 96 spaces based on how much time the customers are in the store. The parking will also be used for customers only, as we've got other programs for our employees. Next slide, Leslie. One thing I want to highlight is that in response to community feedback, we have made the decision to construct a 1,000 square foot indoor waiting area. This is going to help with the outdoor queuing and making sure that there is no loitering and that we can bring everybody inside if at all possible. Leslie, if we could jump to slide 7. Part of what we're doing is we're requiring every customer on their very first visit to sign what's called a Consumer Code of Conduct. It's going to acknowledge that they understand their responsibilities while participating in our establishment in the neighborhood. There will be a zero tolerance for littering and any type of nuisance behaviors, and they're going to acknowledge that. They're going to acknowledge that they've been explained about the education of diverting marijuana to unauthorized parties, and if they don't adhere to this program, they will be banned from future visits, which is our right to do. If we could jump now to slide 9, please, Leslie. Our focus on diversity and equity and inclusion is paramount in all that we're doing with employment, employee growth, and financial stability of our team members. And this is very interesting because Ken has the cultivation and product manufacturing and will be adding the retail. We have a really excellent opportunity for employee development all throughout the chain, from the retail to management, to cultivation, to administration, to security, to compliance. And we're really, really excited about that. We've also put together a workforce diversity and inclusion committee that is going to measure and monitor all that we do. We'll talk about that in a moment. We're also prioritizing hiring people from Brighton and from Boston, as well as those who have past drug convictions or parents or spouses do as well. The criteria you've set forth is for us to address that. It's also important to note that we're also going to be having a focus on hiring veterans as well. We've got a very unique internship and mentorship opportunities for equity applicants because we've got the retail, the cultivation, and the product manufacturing. And we've developed a key strategic supplier program only for Boston residents, the Boston Equity Program participants that we're going to talk about right now. The internship program for equity applicants is really, and you can read the slide here, it covers everything you could want to do in the marijuana space. So we're going to help give a head start to equity applicants to learn the industry, to learn the skill sets, to learn the best practices in every aspect of retail, cultivation, product manufacturing, et cetera. Very excited about that. Next slide, please. Now, today, because demand is still much greater than supply, when retailers are trying to put a supply agreement in place, they often have huge minimum guaranteed purchases. The pricing is not at all favorable, and the terms are pretty much non-existent. What we've
5-minute warning.
Excuse me?
5-minute warning.
Thank you. What we've decided to do is to build a flexible wholesale partnership with Strategic Alliance components, only for Boston Equity participants. We're removing the high barriers to entry. We're giving most favored nation pricing, most favored nation terms, no minimum purchase guarantees whatsoever. We've already entered into agreements with Massachusetts Citizens for Social Equity. We're going to be supplying their retail. We're going to be their first delivery customer, and we're going to work together on the mentorship and internship programs. We've also signed an agreement with Tito and Verdant Medical to supply their retail as well. Next slide, please. You're only as good as how you measure and monitor. So we're going to put a workforce diversity inclusion committee together. It's going to look like our company. It's going to have management and employees, mostly employees, and it's going to measure everything we do. How are we doing at hiring Boston and Brighton residents? How are we doing at developing from within? We have a goal of 50% who start in retail will work all the way up their way into management. How are we doing with, payroll in our key supplier program? We've also put together what we call TeamSpeak so that there will be regular surveys so we can track how are our employees looking at us? How are they valuing the culture that we've set in place? Is it working? And we'll have detailed reports that go to ownership on a regular basis to make sure that that is working. Next slide, please. From community engagement, we've been offering very robust. Ken and Deb have given their personal emails and telephone numbers to anybody who wants to call them. We had our community meeting. It'll be 2 years this Friday at the Elks Club. We've reached out to all the necessary organizations. I don't know if Alexis is on the call, but we certainly want to thank her, for getting us to this day. We've worked with Neighborhood Community Services, Captain Russell at D14, former Councilor Siomo and Councilor Breeden as well. Next page, please. We know that we're still going to be a destination from people outside the community, so we're going to work to try and cross-promote with local businesses. We've got more than 100 signatures of residents and patrons who support the use at this site, and we have a letter from Councilor Breeden as well. Let's jump to slide 17, please, so we can talk about the employment. We're looking to hire 20 to 30 full-time team members. We will have at least 15 of those, or 50% from Brighton. 21 of them will be from Boston at large. 15 will be women, 20 will be minorities, and we want 30% at least, or 9 of those who have past drug convictions or their spouses or parents do. We are going to be paying a minimum of $18 an hour adjusted annually, certainly no less than the City of Boston Living Wage Ordinance, but we're much greater than that at the present time. We'll have a full suite of benefits for full-time employees and those that qualify. We're going to be issuing public transit passes and Uber dashboard and Lyft pass and things of that nature. As far as, let's jump to slide 19 if we could. I know you'll be able to, thank you. I know you'll be able to read all of these programs, but I just wanted to highlight on the minority side that there's a really cool Boston HBCU grads networking out there that everybody should take a look at, because it's a networking of HBCU graduates who live in Boston and are looking for jobs. So that's a really cool one. Next slide, please. And with respect to hiring people with queries, we're working with our legal team to be able to hold at least 4 query clinics a year in Brighton, as well as areas that the CCC has designated as disproportionately impacted. But what's really cool is we're working with companies like Hut Jobs, who works with parole officers by zip code, so they can help you target exactly where you want to hire from. We're working with some of these other organizations on the slide that are connected with local sheriff departments. So you can actually tailor people from your area who want to be able to work with you. The next, if you jump to slide 22, just a depiction to show you we've already done the work as to where cameras need to go inside and out. We've also spoken with Captain Russell at T14 about the opportunity for us to be able to point cameras down Market Street and North Beacon Street to help out with the local traffic. The rest of the slides, you will see that we certainly comply and exceed with all of the safety plans, all of the transportation. I should note that compared to the prior use, which was a Papagino's, that we actually will be a little down on the peak times as the amount of visitors, because people who come to a marijuana establishment come throughout the entire day, not just kind of at lunchtime or dinner time. That's slide 28, Leslie. And so we're very excited about that. You'll see that we have a very significant chief security officer. And then I would just suggest you go to slide 36.
That's 10 minutes.
Thank you. At slide 36, which we'll finish up, it's the last slide. It does show the time frame. We are 2.5 years into this. We've accomplished everything to this moment in time. And with the priority, you can follow the time frame to be able to get open in a reasonable period of time. I thank you for your time, and we're happy to take some questions.
Thank you. Chairwoman Joyce, do you have any questions for this applicant?
Thank you, Mr. Lippoff, for your presentation. Nice and succinct. The cultivation and manufacturing facilities that this applicant owns, those are the ones you referred to are in Holliston?
Correct.
And how long have they been open? I know.
So they are not currently opened. They're in the provisional license status. We are just entering the post-provisional license inspection phase.
Okay. And then another question, you might have, I missed it, but the waiting area, how many people can fit in the waiting area?
So depending on how it's ultimately completed.
Approximately, like is it 200 people?
It's about 300. I can follow up with the exact numbers.
It's that big, okay. And then the retail, where they go and they purchase, compared to the waiting area, how many people can be in that space?
So that's an additional 3,000 square feet. So the way that we use it for the vault area, the storage area, the intake rooms, all of that, depending on that, I'll get you exact numbers. Let's not do back of the envelope right now.
No problem.
Yeah, I'll follow up with that so you have both areas.
And so with such a big waiting area, is the plan to not allow people to congregate outside? What's the plan? Are you going to have a security person there saying no lines?
Yeah, so thank you for asking that, Madam Chair. When you see the rest of this presentation, you'll see we address that. That is exactly it. We will have no benches outside. We will have dedicated security professionals outside to make sure that customers who are leaving return to their vehicles timely and leave the property. We will be looking to put a drop-off pickup for customers at the front so that we can keep the traffic out of there. The goal is to have it indoors and to mitigate any outdoor, of course, loitering or anything at all. They should be able to come, be housed nice and quietly inside, and return to their vehicles and leave. And we will be patrolling
thank you.
that.
That's helpful.
Thank you. Commissioner Holmes, do you have any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Lombos?
Yeah, I had two questions. One was in your diversity and inclusion plan, you talked about having a committee that would kind of oversee and look how you've accomplished those goals. Who will be on that committee?
Thank you for that question. No, I appreciate that question. That's the most important part of that question, of that committee. It will be made up of management and employees. We anticipate initially a single manager. The rest will be employees, and it will look like our team. It will have all the makeup that the team should have and will have. And in the case that it doesn't, it will have the additional makeup that we're still trying to put in there. They will work together on a very regular basis, and they will monitor everything that we're doing, from hiring and specific hiring, Boston residents, Brighton residents, those with criminal convictions, veterans, minorities, women. We will make sure that we're doing that. They will also oversee how are we promoting from within. We have a very significant employment development program all the way up through retail and cultivation and security. And we need to make sure that we're meeting our goals, which we're striving for 50% of our employees get to move up the ladder. So that committee will be made up of exactly the makeup that the company has, that the community has, and it will oversee on a very regular basis all of our goals and objectives.
Thank you for that. And my other question was, I noticed that in the slides, there was a lot more detail about the employment plan and pay structure than I had received, that we have gotten in the Google Slides. So Leslie, it would be great if we can make sure to get those slides so I can take a look at that some more. Can you just give me a little bit more detail about where I'm really looking for, especially in the employment plan, some of the, you mentioned career pathways and worker protections, labor peace agreements, anything that you've done around that area to make sure that workers feel like they have a voice on the job and feel good about their job, where they work.
Yeah, I really appreciate that that question, Commissioner. I glanced over it quickly for the sake of time, but we have initiated what we call Team Speak. It provides an open communication channel for employees to have a voice and to give suggestions and feedback, but not just when they want and at their option. We're going to be doing this on a very regular basis. It is likely going to be no less than quarterly, and it's going to provide an opportunity to give feedback as to what are their perceptions of our culture? How are we doing with promoting from within? You know, are we hiring the right people? Is the diversity breakdown and goals and objectives that we've set for ourselves that will be transparent and spread out for our entire company to know what our goals are we achieving them? So that's what TeamSpeak is going to do. It's going to be an open voice for all employees so that we can get regular and constant communication and feedback from the base.
Thank you.
Commissioner Smith?
Hi, thank you, Mr. Lipoff. Can you talk a little bit about, you mentioned the most favored nation status twice.
Sure.
Can you
No, thank you for that
elaborate a little
question. So look, demand is greater than supply right now in Massachusetts. And unfortunately, it is causing, if you had a retail organization and you came and said, we'd like to buy product from you, right now you're going to get a very high price. You're probably going to have to pay up front in cash. And gosh darn it, if you want to buy from us, we're going to have to charge you some minimum purchases. You have to take it or you pay for it because the product is so scarce. When I talk about most favored nation pricing, what I talk about is special pricing. It is going to be special pricing and the lowest pricing. So if for some reason someone comes and wants to buy a big volume and maybe they get a discount, all of the people in our strategic partnership program will move down to that discount. So most favored nation pricing means nobody will ever have a lower price than you. Most favored terms means nobody will have extended terms that you don't have. And we will not have any minimums for these partnerships.
Commissioner St. Gian, do you have any questions for the applicant?
I just had a quick clarifying question that you might need to follow up on. I believe that the numbers in your diversity numbers in your presentation don't match what is in your application that we have on page 5, I think.
That could be, Commissioner.
Okay.
Since we were one of the early applicants, so it's quite some time ago that we filed those with Alexis. And I certainly expect that you will take this presentation to supplement that information. And this would be certainly the most current. We've since, been much more aggressive because we've added some additional opportunities. We've partnered with some additional new people. We've got some new relationships as to how we're going to be able to hire, which are really pretty cool, being able to target people with criminal records by zip code. So we're excited about that. So we have enhanced a lot of those areas.
Okay, great. So when we receive that presentation, we'll just use that as
yes, please. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you. And I will be, for all the commissioners, Jasmine, I will be updating everything with the most recent documents and presentations following the hearing. And with that, we're going to turn to public testimony, beginning with elected officials or their representatives. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak in support of this application? Is there anyone?
Leslie, I believe Connor Newman was on the line earlier.
Yeah, so I can speak. So Ron, at this time, our office can't go and support. We'd be in opposition. The community process, as Ron alluded to, was conducted before my time with Warren O'Reilly. The date was September 11th, I believe, of 2018. I came on afterwards. I can only speak to having conversations with my predecessor, that there were concerns raised from the community, specifically congregation of young people, mostly students from St. Joseph's, as well as the Boston Public Schools that typically congregate nearby. So a lot of community members were concerned regarding that. There was also concerns regarding the intersection between Market and North Beacon. There's been a number of accidents in that area. People were worried about an increased volume specifically. Ron, I do want to say though that we did receive a petition from you, multi-page petition from a number of residents who are interested in support, and we're happy to share that with the board if they don't have access to that. But at this time, we go on. Yep.
That would be helpful.
Sure. And then furthermore, they met with the Brighton Allston Improvement Association, did not receive support from them. So.
Okay. How close is this to the two schools you're referring to where students congregate?
So the schools are a good distance. St. Joseph's is up on Cambridge Street, but typically they meet at McKinney Field for after-school activities, and I guess they go over to the Dunkin' Donuts. And then regarding the BPS, it's a bus stop, so it would really be the hours before school and after school. I think it might be for the Boston Latin schools.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other individuals here who wish to speak in support of this application? Is there any other individuals here who wish to speak in opposition to this application? That board will take this matter under advisement.
Leslie, Dan Daly's here. We can't hear you, Dan.
How about now? Can you hear me now? Thank you. I apologize. I just I left the Zoom meeting on the phone to run to the house right out of work. So I'm the president of the Brighton Allston Improvement Association, and this hearing came out of nowhere to us. So I just sent a letter regarding the Brighton Allston Improvement Association's opposition to this. Like Connor alluded to, there's a big congregation of after school and before school activity for students in the area. And this location is just steps away from Faneuil Gardens, which is a major housing development right across the street. We at the Brighton Allston Improvement Association are certainly not opposed to marijuana dispensaries, as we approved community-wide 2 separate locations that are more appropriate locations. We feel that this is a major intersection, very limited parking, and just the mix of young kids and the lack of parking and the proximity to after-school programs, and particularly the Faneuil Gardens, that we just want to voice in as the Brighton Allston Improvement Association that we really feel that this particular location is not suited for our neighborhood. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate your consideration on our comments. Thank you. And there is a letter in email form to the commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have received a request in the chat from Chauncey to speak. Is Chauncey present?
Yes, I am.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Chauncey Spencer. Address is 53 Roslyn Street in Boston. And I was just chiming in because just to state that this is not an equity applicant. And I'm not exactly sure because I have not consulted the city attorney, but as we understood this, is that there would be, according to the ordinance as it was written, that the city of Boston shall maintain an equal or greater number of equity applicant licensees to licensees who do not.
Chauncey, I'll jump in as chair of the board. They're not an equity applicant. They're not proposing to be an equity applicant. We just heard an equity applicant, and this is the 1-to-1 ratio. The first person on the agenda is a holdover from last month. So thank you very much. We're going to move on. You can submit that in writing. There's no question that they're not applying as an equity applicant. Thank you.
Okay.
Is Eric Ortiz present?
Yes, here. Thank you. How you doing today, guys?
Good. Please state your
Can
name.
you hear me quite fine?
Yes, please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Eric Ortiz. I'm from 55 Augustus Ave in Hyde Park. I'm here on the behalf of EVG. Armani Smart and the EVG company, I've known Armani White for quite a while.
Sorry, Eric. I'm sorry, Eric.
Hello?
We've closed the testimony today on EVG. You can submit your feelings and position in writing. We're now on New England Cannabis Corporation. If you have anything to say about them in particular, we'll take those comments now. Otherwise, you've missed your chance.
All right. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in support or opposition regarding this application? That the board will take this matter under advisement. Calling Massachusetts Citizens for Social Equity, LLC, has applied for a recreational cannabis retail dispensary license to be exercised at 3997 Washington Street in Roslindale. The applicant is an equity applicant, and the applicant contact is Michael Ross.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mike Ross. I'm an attorney at the law firm of Prince Bell. This is an application for an adult use dispensary at 3995-3997 Washington Street in Roslindale. I'm going to turn this right over to our 100% owner, CEO, Brian Chavez. Just a note to the board, these guys might look familiar, the team might look familiar. They were before you last month for 561 Dudley Street. We talked about the fact that we would be coming back here, and we're back, and I'm going to turn it over to Brian.
All right. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and members of the Boston Cannabis Board for allowing us an opportunity to present. I want to start off by thanking you for our prior approval for the application last month. With me today is our team, made up of myself, the CEO, Brian Chavez, my brother, Jason Chavez, the COO, and Desiree Frangel, our community outreach director. I just want to be mindful of time, of our time, of the board and the applicant. So our application pretty much mirrors our prior application that we submitted to the board, but just specific details have changed. Obviously, the physical location, and we put in some information to address some questions that came up before. So I'm just going to try to run this through as soon as possible.
I appreciate that.
All right. So we are from the community. We are for the community. We have no corporate backers. All of us of our team, we're lifelong residents of Boston. Personally, you guys heard this last month. The war on drugs has affected us in numerous ways. My brother's best friend, and also my friend, our next door neighbor, in 2008 was murdered behind marijuana. Unfortunately, my best friend that I met since 7th grade, Christopher Owens, also was murdered behind marijuana in 2011. And in 2012, in my senior year at UMass Boston, I was arrested for marijuana and suspended on, with 12 credits away from getting my degree. But persevered and we got through it. So next slide, please. If I can go to slide to speak to the specifics. Yes, proposed facility. So 3995, 3997 Washington Street, a little bit under 1,500 square feet is the property. The property is going to sit on 2 lots. The building where the establishment is at, there's a parcel right behind it. We're going to demolish the garage there to add up to parking, up to 6 parking spaces, one including a handicap. Next slide, please. If we go to the zoning and study. Left image shows that we are in compliance with the law of not being 500 feet within any school, K-12 through K-12, and the right size bubble shows that we're not within a half-mile buffer zone of any existing or a proposed cannabis establishment. Next slide, please. Again, this is the existing site, a bodega that's owned by one of our uncles, similar to the, as we touched on in last month. The only reason why we are able to go through these proposals is because we have property that's within the family, and stars aligning. Both uncles want to retire, and they're giving us the opportunity. Next slide, please. Quick layout important for the proposed site. The entry lobby, there's going to be a vegetable and intake area where customers are going to be ID'd, carded. First-time customers will have to sign a good neighbor agreement, which I'll speak a little further in the presentation. And all product will be in a secure, safe room in the back. And people will be tended on the lobby floor. There's not going to be stock that's going to be accessible on the lobby floor. Next slide, please. So this is a very preliminary rendering of the site. We're gonna have parking. So for our diversity and inclusion plan, mirrors our plan that we had for Dudley Street, 50% women, 65% people of color, and we're planning to use mass hire to find some of our employees. Just important to note, as I previously mentioned, many of the standards of diversity inclusion plans we already perform at our current business, at our restaurants in Phil's Corner, Antonio's, High Five, and Boss Burger. Next slide, please. We're gonna rate right now that we're advertising. It's $15 per hour. We want to provide health insurance, paid time leave for our employees, and we're going to work with the city's exit program, trying to get some people with quarries. I know that personally we can interact with people that we know, through the community. I've already hired people with quarries. I know people with quarries. And yes. So next slide, please.
5-minute warning.
Okay, thank you. For our community feedback, similar during the community outreach process, we really hit boots on the ground over getting kudos to our community outreach director, Desiree Frangul. We got over 200 support forms. In addition, City Councilor Arroyo gave us a letter of support. He really appreciated the local ties that we were bringing to this industry. And I just want to thank him for that again. Next slide, please. The security company that we will be working with is Integrity Protective Services, minority-owned company that already services businesses in the community, such as supermarkets and liquor stores. For our first-time customers, we are requiring all customers to sign a good neighbor agreement, basically just covering some things, making sure that they're not blocking anybody's driveway, that they're not smoking or consuming product outside the facility, that they're not leaving their tobacco products, like Dutch paper backwoods in somebody's property. Just in essence, making sure that our customers are not reducing the quality of life for the residents and other business owners in the area. We're gonna, protection for youth, nobody under 21 is allowed. We're gonna have diversion training, i.e. basically training our employees to identify, straw purchases, just as, kids waiting to buy cigarettes or alcohol outside a liquor store. Next slide, please. We are planning to work with the MBTA and the Public Improvement Commission, and to provide one of the community benefits, we want to provide an awning outside the facility to shelter from bad weather. This was incorporated, one of the resident feedback that we got during the community outreach process. And there's many bus lines that run through. And in addition, we plan to use delivery service with the company that Desiree Frangul will be opening as a delivery. And to speak to one of the concerns and questions from last time for Commissioner Holmes, we are in communication with a armored car service company that's licensed by the state in order to work in coordination with Integrity Protective Services for the financial transportation and making sure that marijuana, the cannabis, I should say, and money are not transported together or near each other. Next slide, please.
2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. An initial, this timeline shows our process, 21 months to date. Started January last year. 2019, we had our community outreach meeting. September 19, we had private community outreach meetings before that. And we're out here today at the Cannabis Board, and we plan to open by next year, August 2021. And now I'm just gonna open the, thank you for the time, and we're gonna open it to questions, comments, concerns.
We'll now ask Attorney Chayla White if she could testify regarding the equity status and certification.
Yes. I was able to certify MCSE as an equity applicant. Mr. Chavez met 4 of the criteria set forth in the ordinance. Mr. Chavez is a person who has resided in an area of disproportionate impact since 2007. Mr. Chavez also has a past arrest for the possession of possession to distribute a Class D substance, marijuana. And he has been a resident of the city of Boston for the past 13 years. Mr. Chavez, again, has been a resident of the city of Boston for the past 7 years, in fact, 13 years. And additionally, Mr. Chavez has self-identified as Latino and Afro-Caribbean.
Does the chairwoman or any of the commissioners have any questions specific to the equity certification? I'm seeing no. With that, Chairwoman Joyce, do you have any questions for the applicant?
Mr. Chavez, I just have a quick question. Is there going to be a waiting area? This location is next to some residential housing. What are your plans to address people lingering outside or loitering? And what's the breakdown inside as far as occupancy?
Thank you for the question, Madam Chairwoman. For the occupancy, with the square footage that is available with the site, I am going to be inclined to say that the capacity of the building is going to be about 22 people. Why? It's similar to the square footage in my restaurant.
Okay.
So 22 people. The entrance will have an intake area where customers can wait. We are open to maybe if we are open to, by incorporating the resident feedback, if there seems to be too much congregation on the Washington Street side, put in the entrance on the Archdale Road side. We're open to that. That was brought up by the resident feedback. But to answer specifically, there's going to be an intake area inside, and our capacity will be about 22 people. And we're going to be leveraging technology like to schedule appointments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have no other questions.
Commissioner Holmes, do you have any questions for the applicant?
No, Chairwoman Joyce just asked the question I was going to, so I'm set.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lombos, do you have any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Smith? Commissioner Sankian? Right, and with that, we will turn to public testimony, beginning with elected officials or their representatives. As a reminder, please keep your testimony brief, and you can also submit any additional comments in writing. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak in support of this application? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in support of this application who is not an elected official or their representative? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to this application?
Hi, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is Joe Coppinger from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on record in opposition of this application. The Mayor's Office would like to see the licenses spread out to different applicants. We understand that Brian and his applicant, he has multiple applications across the city. And I believe one was just approved at the last hearing. I would also like to note that there were some concerns brought up in regards to traffic and parking at this location due to the heavy use of the intersection. If this is to be approved, we think they are fine applicants in the community, but we would like to see this spread of licenses throughout multiple applications. Thank you. Multiple applicants. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in opposition to this application? That the board will take this matter under advisement. I'm going to suggest we take a very brief 3-minute recess.
Thank you.
Yo. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just took a little break.
You're on mute. You're not muted, bro. Mute.
Just give it another minute and then we'll get started back up. All right. Resuming this hearing before the Boston Cannabis Board. Calling Beacon Compassion, Inc. has applied for a medical cannabis dispensary license to be exercised at 1524 VFW Parkway in West Roxbury. The applicant is a non-equity applicant. The applicant contacts are Stephen Angelo and Peter Diaz Augustino. As a reminder, please limit your presentation to 10 minutes. And Jasmine Nguyen with the board will give you a warning at 5 minutes and 2 minutes.
Thank you, Leslie, and thank you, Madam Chair, and to the board members for the opportunity to present today. I'll just wait for the PowerPoint to come up. Great. Joining with me today are Rena Cometti, the President and CEO of Beacon Compassion, and also Steve Angelo, the Chief Operating Officer of Beacon Compassion, and also serving as a consultant. And joining us today is Paul Barrett, who is a consultant to this project. So if we could go to the next slide 3, I'll continue to move through like other folks did and get to the meat and potatoes of this for the board. Next slide, please. So these are Rena and Steve Cometti, Rena Cometti and Steve Angelo. Just important to note, I won't go through their backgrounds. I know the board will review it in detail. One thing not mentioned in here, Rena was born and raised in Hyde Park, her family left Hyde Park for some time, and then she came back later in life, purchased a home and lived there for a few more years before living to Walpole. So also a Boston resident for a long time. Next slide. Everything else is contained in there for the board to review. I just wanted to highlight a little bit of the organizational overview for the board. Currently, Beacon has a host community agreement for both medical and adult use for our cultivation and product manufacturing in Attleboro. We also have a host community agreement for medical marijuana in Framingham, and then in New Bedford, we also have a host community agreement in place for medical and adult use retail with provisional license issued in Attleboro, Framingham for medical, and New Bedford for medical. Attleboro is for adult use and medical, and all of that is contained on that slide. I just wanted to give a quick background of the company here in Massachusetts. Next slide will be the location. This is really just to demonstrate compliance with the 500-foot rule to any schools. It's also important to note that we are not within a half mile of any approved cannabis retailer at this time. Next slide. This is the existing location, 1524 VFW Parkway. We're actually located on the lower level. So if you look at the stairs going up, just to the right are where the stairs go down. There's also an area just there that you're looking at that we will be installing a lift for accessibility, and that's shown if you would go to the next slide. On the right-hand side of the stairs, you'll see the annotation where we'll install a lift. Just some really high-level stuff. This is, again, is a medical cannabis facility, medical only. We're looking at hiring 10 to 15 employees locally, 26 spots, 24 regular, 2 ADA. As I mentioned, we're going to be installing an accessible lift. Certainly accessible via public transportation. The significant thing to note is there's no change in zoning classification required here, and this will be an internal construction remodeling project, so we won't be touching the exterior of the building as we're on the lower level. If you would go next slide, Leslie. I'll let the board review this later, but we did include a floor plan of the proposed location, just so the board can get a sense of kind of how the operation would operate. As you'll note, we do have a substantial size waiting area when you first come in, just again to kind of pull people into the building for all the reasons that has already been discussed today. So I just highlight that as part of the floor plan. Much of the layout is very similar to what you would see in other locations beyond the waiting area. If we could go to the next slide. Okay, so this is where I wanted to spend a little bit of time if I could. So I kind of put the statement up top there about it's the policy of Beacon to promote equity among minorities, women, veterans, people with disabilities, and the LGBTQ+ community. I think what's important is these goals are related to West Roxbury. These are very specific things that we're going to do in West Roxbury. But beyond that, as you see, the company has other locations throughout Massachusetts. And the significance of that is it allows us to help people get promoted, not only within the company, as in taking on more responsibility, but folks can also, our employees also can move into different sectors of a new industry. So if they start out in retail and they want to go into cultivation or product manufacturing, because we're a vertically integrated medical marijuana establishment, we have the ability to do that for people. So we provide a wider range of job opportunities within the cannabis industry for people to participate in. And so we've also established company-wide goals in addition to location-specific goals. And then, a couple of highlights here. We're certainly going to focus on local advertising and promotion of job opportunities within neighborhood. We do have established a policy of internal promotion to provide job growth within. We've actually committed to providing, first seeking out 100% of our management positions from within. And again, that's just a great way to move people up in the community and potentially in the industry. And then we have a robust internal accountability policy. We have a diversity and equity committee. They meet quarterly. They also do annual reporting against our goals, programs, and initiatives. And we have specifically, and we've already submitted this to the board, but this committee has 5 measurable objectives that they measure against. So they're very specific. How many folks did we hire against our goals? How were our promotions? How many jobs did we create? So on and so forth. So all of that's available to the board for further review. But I just want to highlight that because, putting up a number that you're going to hire against is great. That's a first step. We take it one step further by reviewing quarterly and annually how we're doing against those goals, what program adjustments we need to make, so on and so forth. And then another thing that I think is important is in our diversity policy, includes mandatory training for employees on diversity, implicit bias, and sensitivity within their first 90 days of employment. So those are just some key things I wanted to highlight to the board. If we could do the next
5-minute
slide.
warning.
Thank you. Employment plan. These are the numbers that we have for you folks. I know you've had an opportunity to review them. I'll take questions on these, just given the limited amount of time, but certainly committed to Boston residents, West Roxbury residents, women and people of color. We've established very specific goals on this. And we also have a plan in place to employ individuals that were disproportionately impacted by the war on drugs through the programs in the city and also advertising through mass hire. So we'll be happy to take questions on that. If I could get the next slide. So this is talking about community feedback and public support. The presentations that were given are listed on the left. We've met with these civic associations and groups very frequently. These are when we've actually had a formal meeting and did a presentation. We've had additional meetings to include with our state rep and senator, also obviously the administration staff. Unique to Beacon is that we were originally under the old process in the city, so we had to appear before the Boston City Council Subcommittee as well as the full council. And on February of 2018, Beacon received a letter of non-opposition voted by the full council. And then additionally, we received a letter of support by Councilor O'Malley in February of this year. And I'd be remiss if I didn't thank Councilor O'Malley for all his help in guiding us through the local process. We really appreciate that. So unique to other applicants, we've been before the full council and received a favorable vote. And then we have also received letters from our local community organizations, all of which have been submitted to the board for your review. So I just wanted to highlight that. Next slide, please. On-site security personnel. Again, I know you'll read this in detail, but we've encompassed all of the requirements of the regulations to ensure that the people who are allowed in the building are in the building, the folks who are not allowed in the building are not allowed in the building, securing all of the cannabis, securing the building and product, and most importantly, providing security and safety for our customers and the general public. And I know we're happy to take additional questions on these items as well. Next slide, please, Leslie. This really goes into a little bit more detail. We think this is an important part of diversion prevention. So we've kind of broke this out separately, included a list of all of our different security policies that address diversion prevention in one way or another. So it's not just one avenue or one policy that gets you there. So we've identified 6 that we think all relate to protecting the youth from accessing this product. And those are all internal policies that we have and provided to the board. So
2 minutes.
Thank you very much. So if we could go to the next slide. Parking and transportation, we have one bus stop that's located very close by, Spring Street. We also have rideshare access. Most significantly, we have 26 parking spaces. This site will primarily be accessed by vehicular traffic. We will use web and app-based pre-ordering to minimize in-store time. The next 2 bullets are just compliance with the regulations for transportation of and delivery of product and monies to and from the site. Next slide, please. And this is our last slide, which just shows the board how long we've been working with the city on this project, starting back in November of 2016. And it really takes you through all the steps that Beacon has accomplished along the way up into this meeting on September 9th. And then we give a projection as to when we open, which we anticipate to be about 12 months. And this is just kind of give the full scope of the work that's gone on as part of this project. And with that, I think I'm at 10 minutes and I will turn it over for questions and answers.
Thank you. Chairwoman Joyce, do you have any questions for the applicant?
Yes, I have one question. This is a license for a medical dispensary. Are you stating that you don't plan on going for a retail license in the future, or am I misstating that?
No, we're not currently working on a retail license at this location. Our zoning would be specific to, our variance, would be tied to a medical only approval. And we've made that commitment also to the counselor at this time. So if we decided to do adult use, that would start the process over with the neighborhood engagement and so on and so forth. And we have not done anything related to adult use at this location.
Okay, thank you. I have no other questions.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Holmes, do you have any questions?
And I do, and it's something that can be submitted later, and it's kind of the same stuff about the security plan. You have lots of what you're going to do, but there's very little on how you're going to accomplish it. So I'd be interested in how are you going to screen people? How are you going to maintain security around the perimeter? And that sort of thing. So that's something that you can do an addendum to what you've already submitted.
Happy to do it, and we'll get that into you right away. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lombos?
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate the presentation on the diversity and inclusion in particular. Again, I just have a question about on your equity committee. Who sits on that equity committee? Just give me a little bit of a flavor of who that is. And then another question just related to that in terms of, it sounded like you have other places across the state. Can you give me just also a sense of how you think your own employees would think about how they work, I mean, their own feedback and how you do that in those other locations? And just to give me a sense of how you might do it in this one in Boston.
Yeah, sure. I think that I appreciate the question. It's a good one. So I'll work backwards, and I don't know if Steve, if you want to take the committee makeup, or I can. But as it relates to our other locations, the value we see in that for the employees is the ability for them to not only move up within, let's say, a retail location from, working on the floor to be maybe a management role, but also we see the ability for the employees to move into different fields while staying in the same company and having additional opportunities that they may not have if they worked at a retail only location. So those other sites, 2 are retail, and then 1 is for cultivation and manufacturing. And so we believe that is a retention and recruitment incentive to employees to come work for us, because they see that there's greater opportunity, that they can do more. And when you couple the opportunity with our policy to seek management positions 100% from within the company as a goal, when you couple those 2 things together, we think that is incredibly encouraging to folks and incentivizes them to come work with us, which is certainly what we'd like to do. So we think that's a differentiator. And then as to the makeup of the board, Steve, did you want to talk about that? I know it has a lot to do with the employees and management working together to address those address that question as to the makeup of the board for the diversity committee.
Yeah, thanks, Pete. Yeah, absolutely. So the committees will be made up of a cross-section of the organization, of course, ensuring that we've got representation from all aspects of the organization and individuals in that. Everybody needs a voice, and we want to ensure that everybody has a voice and a seat at the table for what transpires in our program and our accountability and our policies as we move through this program organizationally. I did just want to note that the other locations mentioned are all licensed entities. Nothing is up and running at this point. So we're at provisional license status with these locations. So the locations that we reviewed in the earlier slide are not open facilities at this point.
Thank you. Thanks for that clarification.
Commissioner Smith, do you have any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Sankian.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks for the presentation. One thing I don't know that we had the presentation before, access to the presentation. So I didn't see within the application. Okay. I didn't see within the application materials that we received before a really robust diversity and inclusion plan. So having, as much information about that as possible would be great. I just wanted to caution a little bit about, when we talk about the spirit of equity, and we talk about really impacting those that were positively impacting those that were negatively impacted by the war on drugs, looking just at neighborhood data is, I think we should look a little bit broader than that. One, the city of Boston is a majority city. Secondly, areas like West Roxbury, and I'm a current West Roxbury homeowner, so I appreciate the commitment to hiring local, but you have to understand just the history of institutional racism in housing that has kept people from neighborhoods like West Roxbury very much related to institutional racism as a part of the war on drugs. So I would just, as we, and I'm not saying 35% isn't an admirable goal, and I wouldn't tell you what that should be, but I would definitely look at what the spirit of equity is. Not that in white neighborhoods we have a certain percentage of people of color, and then in other neighborhoods we have another percentage of people of color. I think it's really important that we look at this holistically and the impact that it's had on people of color throughout the entire city, and make sure that those opportunities are available to them throughout establishments, regardless of neighborhood. But I do look forward to, going more deeply into your diversity plan and programs, as I didn't get a chance to, we didn't have a chance to review them before.
Thank you. And
if I could speak to that in just for 1 second, I'll tell you, when we looked at, using the BPDA data, and we looked at the neighborhood, we consider that greatly, and our initiative, and certainly we always want to do better. But we also want to put something that we want to really deliver on. And when we looked at it, as I'm sure you're aware, having owned property in West Roxbury, that we've seen West Roxbury seen a huge increase, about 123% of Hispanic population. But the total diversity of the community, if you bundle all non-whites together, is about 30. And so we went to 35 in an effort to really reach out to the other parts of Boston and bring people in to this opportunity. So I appreciate your comment. That wasn't lost on us, and I think we tried to address it in that way, saying, hey, we're not going to go just on the neighborhood demographics. We want to do something more than that, and that's really how we tried to get there. So I hope that's not the significance of reaching out beyond the neighborhood is not lost on us, while still balancing the reality that we want to support the jobs in the neighborhood as well. So it's absolutely a balancing act, and I think that's why we moved that number just beyond the local demographics to do exactly what you were speaking to. So that's something certainly that's not lost on us. So I appreciate your comment.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm looking at it as a minimum, and how to explore it, expand upon it perhaps as you get operating.
Absolutely.
And if I could add that these are goals, and the last thing we want to do is put out a goal that we can't achieve. And so we are fully expecting and trying to exceed these goals that we've identified, but we have to be realistic at the same time. West Roxbury is on the edge of the city, so it's sort of in the suburbs, right? And so mass transit isn't easily accessible there. There's no, the rail service and things like that isn't right at the facility. So getting employees, and that's why we've got, rideshare there as well, but getting employees, from the city into that facility that don't have their own transportation is a little bit challenging, based on where we're located. So we're taking all of that into consideration, and we've heard you loud and clear, and we will ensure that our program meets and exceeds our goals.
That's fair. Thank you.
And if there are no other questions, we'll take public testimony, beginning with elected officials or their representatives. Is there anyone here who wishes to testify in support of this application?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Jack Duggan, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. Just like to go on record of support. As Peter mentioned, they've been involved with this process for close to 4 years now. They've been very open and willing to work with the community. They've received letters of non-opposition from the Boston Trailer Park Association, Charles River Spring Valley Association, and the West Roxbury Neighborhood Council. And again, we just want to reiterate the support, and just in the interest of time, any other documents I have, I'll submit to you through email. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other individuals who wish to speak in support of this application?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Bill McGregor, City Councilor Matt O'Malley. The council would also like to go on record in support and just reiterate the community process that they did for a couple of years. So,
is there anyone else who wishes to speak in support? Are there any individuals who wish to speak in opposition to this application? The board will take this matter under advisement.
Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. We greatly appreciate your time today.
Calling it New Dia LLC has applied for a recreational cannabis retail dispensary license to be exercised at 48 to 62 Brookline Avenue in the Fenway. The applicant is an equity applicant. The applicant contact are Dennis Quilty and Ross Bradshaw. Before we begin, for the record, we will note that this proposed location is within a half-mile of another applicant with an existing HCA. So in addition, should this application be or a license be granted by this board, it would be a conditional grant, and the applicant would need to obtain, in addition to the underlying zoning, a variance for the buffer zone from the Zoning Board of Appeals. With that as a reminder, please limit your presentation to 10 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Secretary Delaney Hawkins, Madam Chair, members of the board. Thank you for hearing us today. Like many of the other applicants, we've been at this for quite some time, and we certainly appreciate the diligence of this board in getting these hearings set up. Our presentation team today includes our founder and CEO, Ross Bradshaw, who's here, Dana Van Fleet, whose family owns the property in question, and our security company, the Ed Davis LLC, represented by William Taylor, who I saw earlier. I hope he's still with us. We'll be here to answer any questions on security. The process that we've undertaken has included meetings with community organizations, working with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services, wherein we conducted our community meeting over a year ago at this point. We have, as we come before you today, the support of the Kenmore Residents Association, the Kenmore Business Association, and the Fenway Community Development Corporation, in addition to the District City Councilor, Kenzie Bach. Her predecessor, Josh Zakum, actually had given us his support, and State Representative John Santiago. And in addition to that, City Council President Kim Janey is a supporter of ours as well. The site is, as described, it's the space below the Cask and Flagon, a very well-known bar and restaurant in the Fenway area. As I said, Mr. Van Fleet is here representing his family. This site is important for many reasons. We think the first and foremost of which is that it's a 10,000 square foot site available to New Dia, which includes over 3,300 square foot of queuing area, which by our estimation will allow us to hold up to 225 persons inside the building. Therein cutting down on any street activity, lines outside, and the like. We think it's probably one of the largest waiting areas of any site of its kind. With that all being said, we'd like to turn it right over to Ross Bradshaw to go through the board's evaluation criteria, and then obviously we'll be happy to answer any questions the board members may have. If we may, Ross?
Thank you, Dennis. Appreciate that. I first want to thank the board for having us speak today. For a lot of folks such as myself, minority-owned businesses, economic empowerment businesses, this has been an extremely difficult process to get before the board, and it is a huge milestone for not just myself, but I would imagine for a lot of the applicants that spoke today. With that being said, I'll dive right in. Could you please go to slide 2? And I can start there. So Nudia is a family-owned economic empowerment applicant that's certified by the Cannabis Control Mission with a majority minority ownership and track record of empowering disadvantaged communities. The Nudia team is ideally suited to serve as a model of economic empowerment within the Massachusetts cannabis industry. I myself am the owner and founder of Nudia. In addition to that, as I mentioned, this is a majority family-owned business. My sister Amanda Bradshaw has dedicated a career to working in disproportionately impacted communities and assisting youth, family, and minorities in overcoming systematic barriers. In addition to that, one of the other key members to our ownership team is Chanel Lindsay. She is a well-known and also a great entrepreneur in the cannabis space. She is the founder of Ardent Biotech Company based in Boston, and she also sits on the Cannabis Control Advisory Board, and she was appointed by State Treasurer Deb Goldberg. So as I mentioned, Nudia, we are a majority family-owned business. We've resided and worked in Boston. Our individuals, the majority of our ownership team are of African descent, and also a majority of our owners are actually women. If we can go to the next slide. As Dennis mentioned, some of the individuals our supporting cast are Ed Davis in a security company. He has 35 years of law enforcement experience, and Dana Van Fleet in the cask and flagging have been a good neighbor and fixture in the Lansdowne Street for nearly 30 years. And next slide, please. So a little bit more about myself, and I'll keep this brief, but I think it's important in terms of context, in terms of why we feel we are best suited to be a model for economic empowerment in the state. I've been involved in the cannabis industry dating back to about 2012 when medical marijuana was legalized. I myself wanted to get involved in the industry at that point in time, but given here in Massachusetts that there was no pathway forward for minority entrepreneurs, I myself am biracial, and come from individuals such as myself that come from disproportionately impacted communities, there was no avenue to get involved from a meaningful participation standpoint. That was a blessing in disguise because I became an advocate. I served as a treasurer for the Massachusetts chapter of NORML. I then went on in 2015 to become a Yes on 4 volunteer. In 2016, the majority of my summer nights and fall nights were knocking on doors in Back Bay, Roxbury, and Mattapan, and educating and informing residents of what we had the opportunity to accomplish here in the state, and that was to create an industry that would include minorities in a meaningful way in terms of ownership and participation in the cannabis industry.
5-minute warning.
So that has culminated into what is Nudia. We have been certified by the state as economic empowerment applicant. And what we believe is that with our particular location, we can be a model in Massachusetts and in Boston for how to integrate cannabis into our communities and ensure that we, in a meaningful way, include minority neighborhoods and communities. Next slide, please. So as we mentioned, the location is 4862 Brooklyn Ave. It is located in an entertainment district. It is physically separate in all regards from the cask and flagging. It is separate entrance and exits. Next slide, please. So this is truly a unique location in the fact that what we are presenting to the community and what we feel is our greatest asset for this location is that we are presenting the largest waiting area of any dispensary in Massachusetts. We have dedicated 2 floors consisting of roughly 3,300 square feet to internal queuing to ensure that there's no disruption to any of the businesses and that we continue to have that friendly family atmosphere within the Fenway community. That will consist of having about 225 customers queued indoors at all times. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So what's not lost upon us is that Nudia would be Boston's very first economic empowerment and social equity applicant. and minority-owned business that would be located in a prime location. What we've included here is the number of minority-owned businesses that have been before the board today and have been granted HCAs. If we go to the next slide, one of the things that is apparent as we look at these minority-owned businesses is that there's not a single equity applicant or minority-owned business in what is considered a prime location. As you can see, with the exception of East Boston, the majority of these businesses have been regulated to the outskirts of Boston. NUDIA believes if we're going to have a meaningful impact in this industry from an ownership and an employment standpoint, we have to have a piece of the more affluent areas such as Fenway. Next slide, please. Not only that, I was mentioning in the beginning of this presentation, NUDIA would be one of the first companies to receive a buffer zone or conditional license with a buffer zone conflict under this board. Located within our half-mile buffer is MedMen, which is located at 120 Brooklyn Ave. Currently, with their host community agreement, they are able to monopolize the entire affluent area of Fenway. And for us, in our mission of being able to provide benefits to the communities of Mission Hill, Roxbury, and Mattapan, we view this as a huge lost opportunity to provide benefits to those communities and individuals. Furthermore, we feel as though, given this location and the fact that there are individuals that travel to this location for games and for concerts, the community would be best served by having two applicants, ourselves and the other operators, us with the superior location and capacity queue indoors to ensure that there is no loitering and no crowds on the surrounding streets or community. Furthermore,
2-minute warning.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So diving a little bit into, we touched upon a lot of these aspects in the presentation, but I'll just go through them very briefly. Next slide, please. So what we intend to do from a diversity inclusion standpoint is to hire 75% of our employees and managers from Mission Hill, Roxbury, and Dorchester. We plan to provide technical assistance through through hosting a minimum of 2 annual free workshops to community members to assist them in career development and training. Product fulfillment, because we want to create an incubation process for other businesses, is to ensure that 15% of our shelf space is reserved for economic empowerment, social equity, and other Boston-based businesses. In addition to that, we're committed to contributing between $500K to $100,000 a year to Fenway-based organizations. Next slide, please. From an employment standpoint, what's critical to our mission at the heart of what we're doing is ensuring that 75% of our employees come from those disproportionately impacted communities mentioned. In addition to that, 75% of our employees will be minorities, women, persons with disabilities, and individuals from the LGBTQ populations. We will also ensure that we prioritize individuals with prior marijuana arrest records. Next slide, please. In terms of community feedback, we've been well received by the community. Here is just a list of elected officials, community organizations, and neighborhood businesses that have thrown their support behind us in our greater mission of providing benefits to the disproportionately impacted communities. Next slide, please. We already discussed the location, but from a safety perspective, having the Ed Davis company support us has been huge from a consulting standpoint. It is critical to us that we keep and maintain the friendly family neighborhood atmosphere of Fenway, and doing so
That's 10 minutes.
We're gonna have to cut off. Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, I will now ask Attorney Chayla White to speak to her equity certification.
I was able to certify NUDIA as an equity applicant. Mr. Bradshaw is the 93% beneficial owner of NUDIA, and he met 3 of the criteria set forth in the ordinance. Mr. Bradshaw self-identified as being of African-American descent through his paternal lineage. He also provided his 2019 federal income tax return and reported a taxable income that put him at 57% of the area median income for Worcester. And finally, Mr. Bradshaw is certified by the CCC as an economic empowerment applicant. And he was a resident of Boston from 2013 through 2018, and he did present or submit sufficient documentation to prove his residency for those years.
Thank you. Chairwoman Joyce or any of the other commissioners, do you have any questions regarding the equity certification?
Don't.
Everyone is shaking their head. Thank you. Chairwoman Joyce, do you have any questions for the applicant?
I do. I have one question. I appreciate the fact that you're an equity applicant and possibly will be the first equity applicant to open up in one of these highly sought after areas. I'm also concerned about your location next to one of the biggest tourism attractions in the entire city. Families come there, children are there, many months of the year, many days in the summer. I appreciate the fact that you have a queuing space inside for 225 customers. What does that mean as far as if there's 225 people waiting in line, how many people are actually in the retail area purchasing? And what are you doing to disperse lines outside? I think that's going to be very important at this location, especially on game days, location to the gates of Fenway Park.
Thank you. Great questions. So to address the internal capacity, 225 individuals we are able to house within our lobby and waiting area. In addition to that, we actually can have 55 more customers on our sales floor. What we anticipate in having is 26 point of sale systems, which will allow us to have a very fluid process for customers and patrons to come in, learn about the products, be educated on consumption and what they're going to purchase, and then be able to be on their way. In terms of what we anticipate outside on game days, we don't anticipate to have any crowds outside. And if we are, that's why we have the Ed Davis company who will be our security contractors on those high volume days to ensure that we disperse crowds. One of the things that we did look at is we looked at Netta and Brookline, which for a long period of time was the only dispensary that was open in Greater Boston. And we actually had a slide, and we have a slide in our presentation that illustrates the crowds on those opening days outside of Brookline. And if you look at those crowds, we looked at our internal capacity, and we could have guaranteed that there would not have been a single soul outside of our location. So we feel as though our location, in addition to the other organization within the half-mile buffer, that we have a plan that helps disperse crowds and not deter or negatively impact the other businesses in the community.
If I may chime in for 1 second, Dana Van Fleet. I'm not just the landlord, I'm also the owner of the Cask and Flagon. So of course, our family's main concern when entertaining this as a tenant was our restaurant at the Cask. And of course, I knew the neighborhood was going to be concerned about people waiting outside. And as the business owner of the Cask, I had the same concerns. So when we first decided to go with Ross, one of the very first things I told him is I insist that there are no lines out inside of the establishment and that we have to do everything we can to guarantee that. And I think Ross said it perfectly to have analyzed other locations to see what size of a waiting area do we need inside. And in fact, we have the largest waiting area of any dispensary. So
okay, thanks.
Thank you.
I have no other questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Holmes, do you have any questions?
I just have one. In their paperwork, I see 2 addresses, so I'm a little confused. A lot of the paperwork is submitted with the 73 Lansdowne Street address, but yet here we are with 4862 Brookline Ave. I am very, very familiar where the Cask and Flagon is, so I just wanted to know which address are we using?
Well, the building is considered 48 to 72. That's why it's listed that way. And separate entrances to the building have different numbers, such as the 73, I think you had mentioned. And those are kind of moving parts. So I believe the reason that the attorneys put that in there is to cover the whole building. Because it could be in the middle, it could be to the left, it could be to the right. But it's on Lansdowne Street. The entrance will be on Lansdowne Street.
Yeah, I can speak to that too. Dana, I believe she's, the 73 is, I believe, referenced in our security profile. And that's because we had the Ed Davis company do a security audit of our entire facility. And that's most likely why it's referenced to in some of our documents.
It was more than a security plan, but
okay, sorry about that.
So my question would be, I mean, which one are we using? Because when we start talking about buffer zones, we're going to use it from the address that is on the application. So to me, it seems like you're kind of trying to make sure all your bases are loaded by having 2 different addresses to see which one is going to work the best for you.
If you look at the whole building facade on Lansdowne Street,
yep,
that's where it's going in there. And there's a couple of different addresses there. So the property line doesn't change in terms of distance to a violation to something else. It's just where exactly is that door going to be? Is it going to be right in the middle? Is it going to be a little to the left? And that changes the number on Lansdowne Street, but it doesn't change the facade, I should say, if that makes sense. For instance,
May I just add something? I think part of the confusion is this space, the building is the Brookline Avenue address, as Dana pointed out. There were retail operations along the Lansdowne side of the building, which would now be combined to be the new Dia location. There was a Gold's Gym was there and other tenants for many, many years. And that entire space is being utilized now potentially by New Dia. And that actually the physical entrance to that space is on the Lansdowne Street side of the building. So I think that it's like an AKA almost, also known as, so you've got a Brookline address, Brookline Avenue address for the building proper, and there is a Lansdowne Street entrance to that building. So
again, I am not unfamiliar with that location. I know it very well. So I would suggest that we kind of narrow it down and decide where you're going to have the entrance, whether it's going to be the Brookline Ave side or whether it's going to be the Lansdowne Street side.
oh, it's definitely on Lansdowne Street, 100%.
Definitely Lansdowne.
So it's the address, the address that we will be utilizing as entrance and exit will be the 73 Lansdowne.
Well, it's tough to see. A door 10 feet one way or the other could change that number, but it's always going to be on Lansdowne Street.
Okay, so it's always going to be on Lansdowne. Absolutely. The number may change.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Lombos, do you have any questions for the applicant?
No questions, thank you. I do just appreciate the thoughtfulness on the diversity and inclusion and including creatively that 15% space for local businesses there. I appreciate that. Thanks.
Commissioner Smith, do you have any questions for the applicant?
Just one. Thanks, Mr. Bradshaw, for your presentation. So you're also listed as doing hiring and inclusion. Can you talk a little bit more about your hiring plan?
Yeah. So one of the reasons why this location is so important to us is that being able to disproportionately impact the community is at the core of our mission. Is at the core of our mission. And so one of the things that I've been able to do in the past through my involvement with EON, Equitable Opportunities Now, is we have career fairs, mostly in Roxbury, where we, on a monthly or bi-monthly basis, we invite members from the community to learn about cannabis. Up to this point in time, there haven't been a lot of job opportunities, but even still, we provide them with skill sets and avenues of how to get involved in the cannabis industry. Through partnering with for one event, we partnered with Commonwealth Kitchen to help them learn some culinary skills. So what I hope to do is to be able to work with not-for-profits such as EON and then other organizations as well. One organization that I had the opportunity to meet with that to me I'm very excited about the potential of being able to work together is Community Resources for Justice, which is a reentry program. There are some complications with that. When someone is just reentering society, if they are on parole, they can't necessarily work in a cannabis establishment. But hopefully what we intend to do is to find individuals that have gone through these reentry programs to find fulfillment in our location that they can potentially work in. So I think those unique avenues are going to be how we find the individuals that we think are going to be the best fit for our organization and our mission.
Commissioner Sankian, do you have any questions for the applicant?
No, I just like the previous one. We didn't have this in our folder ahead of time, so it's a lot to cover in a small period of time. So one of the things that just struck me really quickly was the employee benefits and starting wages, and just recognizing, one, it's great that 75% are coming from Mission Hill. I'm from Mission Hill, Roxbury, and Dorchester, I believe it was, or Mattapan, Dorchester. As we think about those areas and how they're, continually gentrifying and so forth, also kind of what are the opportunities to grow within the industry, given that you'll be, if granted, this will be a hugely profitable company, and sort of what are opportunities to really, both, have them have a living wage, but also build wealth. So, but I have to look at, again, I'm sorry, I have to look at it more deeply. And I guess my question would be to Leslie or the chairwoman, would we be able to ask follow-up questions? Yes, okay, between now and next week. Okay, Great.
And I can speak to that briefly because that's,
Yeah, sure.
I think, gets to the core of what we're trying to do.
Mhm.
What I've done up to this point through the 8 years I've been involved in this cannabis industry is to utilize this industry for a greater good. And so what I tend to do, what I like to do, is to provide livable wages for folks, $15 hours, minimum $15 an hour to start, health benefits. And in addition to that, one of the pivotal focuses of our operation is going to be career development, because I want folks to be able to use our organization, to use this industry as a tool for potentially some other profession. If individuals want to come to our organization to learn about HR skills, learn about finance, security, that's great if they want to work solely in the cannabis industry. But I do believe, and it's fundamental to our company, is to be able to utilize this industry for whatever you want. Hopefully we can just be that stepping stone. But if not, if someone wants to find a place, a home with us permanently, we're happy to have that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. And if there are no other questions, we will turn to public testimony. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Holmes.
I just wanted to ask Mr. Bradshaw, do you have another cannabis business somewhere?
Yeah, so also one of the benefits to our operation is we're approved by the Cannabis Control Commission as the first economic empowerment applicant in all of central Massachusetts. So in a lot of regards, you know, our operations I didn't have a chance to really dive into the security in terms of how we'll manage the cash and the product transportation, but all of our policies and procedures to date have been verified by the Cannabis Control Commission, and we hope to have our doors open and to be, I think, one of the first 6, I'm not sure how many have been approved yet, but one of the next economic empowerment applicants to actually open their doors in the state.
What city are you in?
That is located in Worcester, and it's actually in a disproportionately impacted community. So in this regard, this has a lot of the same tangible targets, but now, as was referenced earlier, it's with the location that will allow us to, you know, hit our mission and excel what we're trying to do to a significantly higher level than what we'd be able to do in Worcester.
Awesome. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
We will move to public testimony. I'll start with asking for elected officials or their representatives, and then turn to the individuals who have been messaging in the chat. Is there anyone here, either an elected official or their representative, who wishes to speak in support of this application?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Shanice Pimentel with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. My predecessor, Giselle Guerrero, ran the community process for this proposal. We take heavily into consideration that these are equity applicants, and this proposal has been strongly vetted by the community. Notably, and to my knowledge, the proposal has received strong support from the Kenmore Square Residents Group and the Kenmore Square Business Association and the Fenway Community Development Corporation. There are also currently many other letters of support on record. We are excited and hopeful for the introduction of this business into the neighborhood. And as always, we ask the applicant to continue to listen and work with the community. At this time, we have no further questions or concerns, and the Mayor's Office would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any, I believe Lauren Brody from Councilor Bach's office was present and wished to speak. Lauren?
Hi, members of the board, and thank you, Leslie. The councilor would like to go on record in support of New Dia. The neighborhood has showed strong support for New Dia, and they have demonstrated a commitment to the community and has qualified as an equity applicant. Councilor wanted to note that in terms of granting a variance, she believes that the board should apply stringent standards to recommend any variant in the buffer zone rule, but in this case, the councilor believes this application merits that exception. So she would like to strong support for New Dia. Thank you.
Thank you. And then moving to other individuals who had requested to testify. David Friedman, is David present?
I have one more testimony on behalf of an elected official.
Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize.
Oh, good. So good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Daniel Hutchins, and I'm appearing before this body on behalf of Boston City Council President Kim Janey. President Janey would like to go on the record with her support of this applicant. Thank you very much.
Thank you, I apologize, Danny. Is David Friedman present?
Hi, members of the board. Dave Friedman from the Boston Red Sox. The Red Sox fully support equity applicants and the concept of expanding support for minority-owned businesses. In this particular case, we had preliminary conversations about this proposed venture back in 2019, way before the coronavirus pandemic, with the owner of the property, Mr. Van Fleet. Given the unique location across the street from Fenway Park, we do have and have had a number of questions and concerns relating to how the operations would intersect with ours, in particular how it would impact those coming to Lansdowne Street and patrons attending events at Fenway Park, especially children and families. So we ask that the board take a hard look at those concerns, and we aren't really in a position to offer a fully informed opinion about this venture until we've had the time to review and study those questions, and we want.
Thank you.
Dana Van Fleet, Mr. Van Fleet, did you want to provide additional testimony?
I don't want to take up any more time. I've already spoken in behalf. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Armani White.
Hi, yes. I'm here today to speak in support of Ross and Chanel. And
Jump in. For those that are the members of the public that are wishing to testify, if you could state your name and your address, because that's helpful to see how it relates to this application. And if it's something you can submit into writing, I can assure you that the members of the board would appreciate that written testimony more than repeating some of the stuff that's already been said. But go ahead.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, I'll make sure that happens too. Armani White, 208 Northampton Street, like South End, Lower Roxbury. Yeah, Chanel and Ross have been advocates, fierce advocates in this industry, and I know that they're going to follow, do exactly what they say when it comes to hiring and pay good wages. I live nearby-ish and feel like that area can take exactly what they're saying, like the business, and so I'm in full support. Don't want to take up too much time, and I'll make sure to submit that in writing as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Crane.
Hi, Chris Crane. I spoke a little bit earlier, president of Forefront Ventures. I want to state for the record that my company has nothing at all to do with Nudea or their application. We have no business relationship, no formal relationship whatsoever. But I know Ross and Chanel from working on the Yes on 4 campaign. That campaign was run out of my company's downtown Boston office. And Chanel was one of the co-authors of that. When we wrote that initiative and we were thinking about how to include folks from disproportionately impacted communities, I couldn't think of a group more representative of the goals of the authors of that initiative than the folks from Nudea. I've had the opportunity to work with some of them directly politically, never in a business capacity. And can testify that they are top-notch individuals, top-notch activists, and it would be just an absolute shame to deny them the opportunity to realize their dream and to serve the people of Boston. You will not find a better candidate than these folks. Strongly in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean Birdie. And again, please state your address, and if you're echoing comments previously made by someone else, if you could just state that, it would be greatly appreciated.
Sure. Sean Birdie, 31 Aldrich Street in Roslindale, lifelong Boston resident. I am voicing my strong support for Nudea in this location. I will echo everybody else, and I will submit in writing my full testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Ian Loud.
Thank you. I would like to echo the comments and opinions of Armani White. Chanel and Ross have done a great job for this community, and we need to support more people that look like them and actually do what they do. Thank you.
I'm sorry, please state your address for the record.
That is 200 Hancock Street, Boston, Massachusetts.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
I believe I skipped over one person. I apologize. Gabrielle Camacho.
Yes, my name is Gabriel Camacho. I'm the Political and Organizing Director for United Food and Commercial Workers, Local 1445. We represent essential workers throughout the Commonwealth, and we just had our first labor contract agreement with a cannabis grow and dispensary facility here in Massachusetts. So this past week, we made labor history in Massachusetts. We'd like to strongly support the applicant. In addition to having a bilingual name, the applicant is willing to have talks with the union about establishing a relationship. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in support of this application? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to this application? The board will take this matter under advisement.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, board members.
Thank you.
Calling Sons Mass Inc. has applied for a recreational cannabis retail dispensary license to be exercised at 931 Hyde Park Avenue in Hyde Park. This applicant is a non-equity applicant. The applicant contact is Michael Ross. Before we begin with this presentation, for the record, this applicant and all the other applicants have been scheduled based on the dates in which they began the process of seeking to open a cannabis establishment and when they've completed all of the required steps in that process. This applicant and the prior Hyde Park applicant would each create a buffer zone around each other. It's important to note that the legal standard that the board needs to consider is the time, place, and manner of each individual application. These applications are not batched together to be heard in buffer zones, but as we can see with this agenda, it is entirely possible that there will be two applicants on the same agenda that could create a half-mile buffer zone around each other. When you are at the voting hearing and when you're considering all of this, please keep in mind that you need to consider each specific application on its own merits as opposed to comparing the two. But for the record, did want to make it very clear that these two applicants could potentially create, if both approved by this board, a buffer zone, beginning with the first applicant being heard based on its equity status and the order in which it began the process, and then the second application. Happy to discuss that further with anyone offline, but I did want to flag that just so that it's on the record.
And I'm just going to echo what Leslie says as chair of the board. I feel like it's very important to emphasize we are not comparing one applicant in this neighborhood to another applicant in this neighborhood. It's pure coincidence that they are on the same agenda. So I'm asking everyone to consider this application in its own scheme here.
And as a reminder, please limit your presentation to 10 minutes, and Jasmine Nguyen will give you notification at 5 minutes and 2 minutes.
Well, hello, members of the board, Madam Chair. Again, it's Mike Ross from the law firm of Prince Lobel. Honored to be in front of you. This is a proposal to cite a medical and adult use facility and product manufacturer in a 22,000 square foot facility at 931 Hyde Park Ave. That used to be a facility that made we have Lauren Niehaus of Harvest, which is a company of Sons Mass, to do the presentation, along with Larry Mays, who is a resident of Hyde Park, who is also a member of the team and a part owner of Sons Mass. I'm going to turn it over to Lauren Niehaus to make the first half of the presentation.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Chairwoman Joyce and the entire board for all of your time today. As Mr. Ross stated, my name is Lauren Niehaus. I'm the Government Relations Specialist for Harvest Health and Recreation, Inc. We are talking about 931 Hyde Park Avenue. Next slide, please. Rooted in Arizona and founded in 2011, Harvest Health and Recreation is a multi-state cannabis operator and vertically integrated cannabis company. We currently operate 39 retail dispensaries across 8 states. Sons Mass is a subsidiary of Harvest intended to operate right here in Hyde Park. Next slide, please. Our goal in Hyde Park is not to be the best dispensary that is in the town. It's to be one of the best business partners, one that offers excellent employment opportunities, that contributes to economic development, and gives back to the community. We are very proud of our diverse leadership. Harvest was the first multi-state operator to have people of color on our board of directors. We've always placed a high priority on having a very diverse workforce, and that starts for us with our board of directors and flows throughout the entire organization. Next slide, please. The proposal in front of you is for, as Mike mentioned, a medical and adult use retail and manufacturing facility. Here we have a very unique opportunity to take a large currently vacant building, formerly Sereno's, and transform it not only into a cannabis dispensary and manufacturing facility, but also there's a component that will provide for a social gathering space, which we'll get into. Next slide, please. I want to take a minute to acknowledge the extensive community discussions that have gone on about parking and traffic issues along Hyde Park Avenue. As you can see in our schematic plan here, it's a little bit small, but on the left-hand side behind the building, we have 34 dedicated parking spots for our customers. Additionally, our customers will enter from the right side of your screen on our Willow, oh, thank you, on our Willow Avenue entrance. So whereas you see this main entrance off of Hyde Park Avenue, That will not serve as the main entrance for the dispensary, so we'll be really able to control any increased pedestrian or car traffic on Hyde Park Avenue. Next slide, please. Inside the dispensary, we have a secure floor plan. You have a floor plan rendering up to your right. Folks will enter off of Hyde Park Avenue into a vestibule where they are age verified before they're allowed to come into the dispensary itself. And then when their purchase is completed, they will exit through that same Willow Avenue area. A couple of interior renderings here so that you can see examples of a professional cannabis retail experience that you can expect here in Hyde Park. Next slide. In regards to employment, the bottom line for us is that Harvest of Boston cannot exist without a robust workforce comprised of local residents supporting our operations. In particular, this facility is going to create nearly 100 jobs. That's 5 to 6 times more than some operators, and we're really proud to be able to bring that many job opportunities, especially right now, in a time when so many are out of work because of this pandemic. In Hyde Park, we have committed to hiring qualified individuals with drug-related criminal records and engaging with both national and local organizations to match cannabis careers with candidates. As I've laid out for you, we have very specific metrics in terms of our diversity and hiring goals and our local hiring goals. If for some reason we don't meet those, we are committed to partnering with the city and with this board to identify community organizations who might benefit from such a contribution. Next slide. We offer competitive wages, complete benefit packages for our employees, paid time off. And in regards to our benefits, Harvest is committed to working collaboratively with our Hyde Park employees and the labor union of their choosing, as we've done in many markets across this country. Next slide. We believe in creating strong partnerships. We reached out to community organizations, local elected officials, and we're pleased to have hundreds of letters of support for this location. Our community gathering space is 3,000 square foot of free all-purpose space for the community to utilize. Next slide is security. I'm going to let you look at that, but I really want to talk in more detail about the next slide, which is our diversity and inclusion.
And I'm sorry, just one moment before we continue. As a reminder, the chat should not be used to send messages to each other, to the commissioners. It should be used to sign up to testify. So please limit your use of the chat to that function. Thank you.
Thank you. We will work hand in glove with the Boston PD to ensure that this is a safe location for the community, for our employees, for our patients, and our customers. Finally, circling back to our diversity, this is ingrained in Harvest operations. We believe that local impact can be positively supported with our national priorities. This four-pillar initiative. Thank you. Our four-pillar initiative is guided by an advisory task force created with local stakeholders, C-suite executives, and department directors. So I would love to spend all day with you. I don't have all day. I would like to thank you and go ahead and transition over to my partner, Larry Mays. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. And I want to thank the board as well for your time and for your time of service. Like many of you on the board, actually like all of you on the board, I've spent at least 20 years on the issues of human development and social development in order to transform the lives of the people in Boston. Sunmass Boston, or Sunmass Harvest, I should say, is an anchor institution. Now, what is an anchor institution? An anchor institution does more than make money or does money on behalf of someone else. What it does is, it is an organization that uses social developments of health, like economic development, healthcare, as well as education, and also looks to enhance the civic participation of those in the neighborhood. Right now, if you go to the next slide, I live in Hyde Park and have been a longtime resident for at least 16 years. I care about what happens to this community because I live here. And because of that, I want to bring the best operation I can to Hyde Park, and that's why I partnered with Sunmass Harvest. Next slide, please. Health disparity is a social determinant of health, meaning you have to have jobs with health care and benefits in order to transform the lives of the people that you are trying to help. In Sunmass Harvest, we have a team that is dedicated to not only providing training that leads to a job, that leads to advancement, but to also to make sure that there's healthcare, time off, benefits in order so that the individuals can thrive and stay on the job. As it relates to workforce development, Harvest will engage and work with, or we look to work with, the City of Boston's Operation Exit. We think this operation is an excellent operation where you can provide training, where you can provide stipends, and also take the time to make sure that the person is ready to succeed. As it relates to wealth creation, we will work with the Supplier Diversity Office for the state and also for the city to make sure that we are working with all MWBE operations and veterans, as well as small businesses, so that we can help bring more wealth creation to the neighborhood. That's a part of what an anchor institution will do. And lastly,
2-minute warning.
On our fourth pillar, we have partnered with the Last Prisoner Project, which is a nonprofit advocacy organization dedicated to bringing the 40,000 people who are incarcerated for nonviolent offenses home. And part of what the Last Prisoner Project does is not only works to try to bring freedom, if you will, to those individuals, but also we work with those families on the issues of food security, job security, and all the other social networks that are necessary for them to succeed. Harvest is the first company of its size to partner with the Last Prisoner Project, and we're very, very thankful about that. Next slide, please. I was raised in a housing project to a single mother, raised on welfare with 4 siblings. I had free lunch my whole childhood, and I was a witness to domestic violence against my mother. When I was growing up, our money was not green. Our money was brown, it was dark blue, and it was purple. Black boys, it is said by the Brookings Institution, like me, are 40 times more likely to end up in prison than the richest families in this country. That is why I believe in this project.
That's time.
Sunmass Harvest.
Thank you. Mr. Mays, we have to interrupt your story. And we all did receive this, so because I remember that line, so thank you.
Okay, I appreciate it, sorry.
We'll read more about that, but the time is up.
Okay, I appreciate it, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions, please?
Chairwoman Joyce, do you have any questions for the applicant?
I don't.
Commissioner Holmes, do you have any questions for the applicant?
Seeing that we didn't get this presentation, can I reserve questions for later on after I review it?
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lambos?
Yeah, same. I'd like to review it. Thank you.
Commissioner Smith?
Well, one question, I would like to review it, but for Mr. Mays, in that slide you mentioned wealth creation. Given that the city of Boston, even the city of Boston, spends less than 5% of their contract money goes to minority-owned firms. How do you propose that you will exceed that number?
Well, as I mentioned, Commissioner, we will look to work closely with not only just the city, but also the state's diversity supply. Because as you know, in order for Sunmass Harvest to do its business, it's going to need a reliable supply chain. And we think that there is an opportunity as a social development of health model that we should be very aggressive with the city to look for minority businesses and veterans and others to work with us. We will demand a list from them, and we will hire procurement officers and on staff to actually call and be very aggressive about looking for minority businesses. I also should say, Commissioner, we are very much interested in working with delivery services, particularly those that are minority owned, in order to provide technical assistance to make sure those companies get up and running.
Commissioner Sankian?
No, I don't have a question. I read through the full application. Just again, would like to highlight the commitment to employing those with criminal records, and I think partnering with the Last Prisoner Project is a very, for me, a very significant step towards making that a reality. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And if there are no other questions from the board, we will turn to public testimony, beginning with elected officials or their representatives. Is there anyone who wishes to speak in support of this application?
Yes.
So I believe someone started to speak. So this is elected officials or their representatives. Anyone in support? Elected officials or their representatives, anyone in opposition to this application? With that, I will go in the order of individuals who've messaged they would like to testify, and then we will open it up to make sure everyone has an opportunity. Again, please limit your testimony. If you're echoing the comments of someone who testified before you, please state that. It's important that we be aware of everyone's time. Obviously, this was a very long agenda, and you can also submit written testimony. When I call your name, please state your address and affiliation, if any. Is Rachel McCann present?
Yes, hi. My name is Rachel McCann. I live at 52 Child Street in Hyde Park. I'm a member of the Hyde Park Neighborhood Association, and I would like to speak against Sons Mass. I think they are too big for our neighborhood. I think their specific location is too large for our neighborhood. I think that their corporation is too large for our neighborhood. I would really rather have the truly local mom and pop shops than the big conglomerates.
Okay, just to remind everyone, we're not comparing applications on today's agenda. So
that's fine. I would rather not have any conglomerates, any big marijuana in our neighborhood.
Thank you.
And also, I am uneasy with the fact that Harvest has had unethical business dealings in other states, in Ohio and in Pennsylvania. They were caught for flouting those states' marijuana laws, and I don't see any reason why we wouldn't expect them to do the same here. And for those reasons and others, I am vehemently opposed to Sons Mass.
Thank you. Calling Ian Loud, please state your address and affiliation again.
Again, 200 Hancock Street, Boston, Massachusetts. Again, they're big corp. No, I don't want that in my community. I don't want that for Boston as well. I think that they're very white because they're not economic empowerment as well. I have seen other things in Ohio as well, where they've pretty much not upheld the law, but I also seen where the black woman was the CEO just pretty much for a day. So I just don't want that type of behavior, and they don't represent the type of people in this type of community here in Boston. No, thank you.
Thank you. Calling Shamsud Berry.
Yeah, hi. 75 Homestead Street in Dorchester, Mass. Just want to echo both what Rachel and Ian have said and add that this level of industrialization, institutionalized prejudice, and tokenization is a perversion to the marijuana industry and a disgrace to the wonderful bounty that the hemp plant ensures its participants and patients. And I think that this is something that we don't need in our city. And if you're going to own a dispensary in Boston, you should represent the people of Boston and do that in an ethical way that is historically proven through your practices. And that is something that Harvest Inc. has not done in their history. And there's multiple sites, multiple places that you can cite these violations, what I would consider egregious violations of what I feel marijuana represents as a plant and as an industry. So thank you.
Thank you. Jim Kirker.
Hi, Jim Kirker, Hyde Park. I live in Hyde Park, president of the Hyde Park Neighborhood Association. I also would like to echo the concerns. First of all, they're not a non-equity, they are a non-equity organization. But just so you know, in Ohio, they did hire an African-American woman to say that they were 51% owned by minorities. It turned out not to be true. They ended up paying something like $500,000 to settle that. In Pennsylvania, their growing facility, which they claim wasn't theirs, they were just kind of renting or whatever, but it was shut down. First time that it ever happened, it was shut down because it was missing plants and had broken security cameras. They found this out in a surprise inspection. They also said in Pennsylvania that they would use minority or female-owned contractors to build their dispensaries, and they didn't. They were cited for that. And they also, in Pennsylvania, you're allowed to get 15 permits for pot dispensaries. They applied for and got 21.
Mr. Kirker, you know what would be helpful is if you submitted some of this, these stories to the board. I haven't done this research, but
this is why I don't want them.
If you'd like to submit that in writing, you can submit that in writing.
Okay, I don't think Hyde Park needs this in the neighborhood. So that's it. Sorry, I'm boring you. So.
You're not boring me, but I'd like to see what you're talking about, not just hear it from someone who obviously has a position in support of another application down the street. So
okay, should I send you an email with the links to the newspaper articles, or do you want?
Yes,
Okay.
whatever you'd like, but right now I don't think it's the right place to be discussing this. So
all right, thank you.
Calling Vanessa Snow.
Hi, my name is Vanessa Snow. I live at 52 Austin Street in Hyde Park, and I am in opposition of Harvest opening. I think, you know, it's a big multi-state chain, and I think we're looking for some homegrown.
It's everybody's birthday, girl. Every day is our birthday.
Please.
And yeah, I mean, I know the space. Having lived there for a long time, I remember it being a pasta factory. And so I think having it turn into a retail space, even if they have parking, you know, I think the area is very accessible on public transportation, and I think we should be leaning more towards transit-oriented businesses as well. Having parking, I think, just encourages more cars to drive up. So that would be one reason why I oppose, but I also just think it's too big of a business for Hyde Park. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a request from Lisa. Lisa, please state your full name and address. Is Lisa present? I have a request from John O'Toole.
Yes, I'm here.
John, I think we have some.
I think I have a problem. Can you hear me now?
Yes, please state your address.
114 Minor Street, Boston, Mass.
So is there someone else that's logged on located closely to you? Because we're getting that person's echo.
I have two speakers.
Okay.
Shut up. I'd like to speak in favor of Harvest. Let me take care of this. Can you come back to me?
Yes.
Yeah. Thanks.
Is Tommy Dinan present?
Yes, I am.
Please state your address.
488 Ashmont Street, Dorchester. And I'm in support of for Harvest of Boston. Every dispensary already open has large lines, and the 883 Hyde Park location it'll be able to handle the foot traffic, I believe. And parking for that location is a better option also, just because all the locations around the city are just terrible, and I just believe that's a great location for it. So I'm in support of them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
James, James, please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, 53 Cedar Grove Street, Dorchester, Mass.
What was your last name, James?
Walsh.
And what is your position?
I definitely support Harvest on Hyde Park Avenue, mainly because of the idea of the off-street parking. I think that, like someone else said before, there's not a lot of dispensaries that have the off-street parking, and having it will prevent, you know, people that are pulling up double parking in resident-only spaces. Sometimes when people are running in and out of somewhere like a dispensary, they'll double park, which could be blocking a bicycle lane or a pedestrian from, you know, using a handicap ramp or something like that. So I definitely think a major impact on this, and I'm in support of it, would be the Harvest in Hyde Park, on Hyde Park Ave.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is Camillo present? Camillo does not appear to be present. Eric Carrera?
Yes, I'm here.
Sorry, oh, sorry, it is Camilo. Go ahead, sorry.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm here. I fully support Harvest at 931 Harvest Ave. I live in 19 Story Ave. I think the main reason why I support them is because the parking is the major, issue around the dispensaries in Boston. Everybody knows how chaotic it can be trying to find parking. Having that said, I think Harvest will have a better advantage over the opposition.
I have to jump in. Please explain Harvest's relationship to Sun Mass.
What was that?
Could someone please explain Harvest? Everyone's referring to Harvest in the relationship to Sun Mass in the Hyde Park location.
Madam, Lauren, if you want, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I'd be
sorry. I'm sorry. There's been testimony after testimony referring to Harvest, and it's just confusing.
Harvest is the parent company. Sun's Mass is a subsidiary that will operate locally. Mike, you can go into additional detail if you.
Well, I mean, this might be a good time, Madam Chair, if I could. I wanted to point out that Harvest has never pretended to be anything that it isn't. It is a national company. It operates in 39 locations.
That's fine. We can follow up. I'm looking at the application right now, and I see some other questions, but I just wanted to know. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt the public testimony, but I had to figure that out.
We'll return to Camillo. Is Camillo present?
I am. Could you hear me this time?
Yes, please state your full name and address.
It's Camilo Bosco, 307 Cambridge Street, Cambridge. I do a lot of advising for cannabis business. I'm a licensed commercial real estate broker and very familiar with the Boston and Cambridge area. I want to second Commissioner Holmes' concerns about, what versus how. In terms of this particular applicant, their business acumen should speak for themselves, right? Best case scenario for a location in Hyde Park, the location is very successful, and with that, you're going to have a ton of, people, queuing lines, ton of cars coming. This particular location, as a professional real estate broker, has enough space to queue everyone inside, as well as enough parking to handle what needs to happen in this particular business. I am not representing Harvest or Sun Mass, nor do I have, by the way, a vested interest in this particular deal, but I am an advocate of cannabis and cannabis businesses. Not everyone has to be an EE applicant. The Boston should be open in a fair system, on a 1-to-1 ratio, that is exactly what you guys are doing. In addition to that, they are a large company, and with that comes a lot of jobs. It's a big location that they have there, and one of the benefits to the city would be being able to bring the professionalism, their business acumen, as well as a lot of jobs to the neighborhood and economic activity. So I just wanted to illustrate some of the facts around this particular location, and obviously my support. Hope it goes well. Thank you.
Calling Eric Ortiz.
Hello, hi, my name is Eric Ortiz. I'm from 55 Augustus Ave, Hyde Park. I'm in opposition for Harvest. They're too big, and there's a how can I say this clearly? There's a lot of EE people who are putting their licenses in, and especially trying to be in Boston. If they have 39 locations, you know, I feel like they should go maybe look somewhere else. There's a lot of people like me and everyone else that's trying to get these locations as well. So I'm in opposition. I'm in opposition for them. I don't want them in our city. I don't want them in our town. They can go look at another state.
Thank you. Calling up John, we'll go back to John O'Toole, who I believe has taken care of his.
My speakers, yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair and the board. I'd like to speak in support of Harvest. I think at this critical time with the declining employment rates, I think Harvest will be providing many jobs there. That used to be a hallmark building with Serenos, which was a local manufacturer and employed many local people. And I think with Harvest, with its business acumen, will also do the same with good jobs and good wages, providing plenty of parking. And I think the other thing that sets it apart from the other, well, not comparing, but that it's providing 3,000 square feet of community space to the Hyde Park neighborhood. And I think that's really a great additional point to their application. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is Caleb present? Caleb, please state your full name and address.
Yes, my name is Caleb Mathis. I live in 111 South Main Street, Randolph, Massachusetts. My only opposition to SunMass is probably one thing that they said of putting dispensary, manufacturing, and social gathering place together in one spot. As one of their representatives said, that they're trying to be a social development organization. As a social development organization, I would think that you have 3 different locations because you would be able to build around that area that you're putting it into and developing that area around that. So probably the only opposition that I have is to really spread out those 3 places that you're seeing that you want to put together, because that would help out the community way better than just putting it into one location and gathering all of those people into one location, especially if you're trying to hire people that come from prisons. You can have them come from different areas, not just one area like the Hyde Park area. They can come from Dorchester, they can come from Roxbury into different areas instead of just one location in Hyde Park. So that's probably just one of my oppositions toward that, of you're trying to be a social development organization and just putting it into one spot does not sound like a social development organization.
Madam Chair, just to correct the record, we are not seeking a social gathering license at this facility.
Thank you. Ross Bradshaw?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to speak in opposition. From my experience in this cannabis industry as an advocate and entrepreneur, I think it's important that the ownership structure and leadership structure of a cannabis company should reflect the community and should be from the community.
Thank you.
In the case, I did not get that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Abe Crony, and I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name.
Oh, no problem. This is Alex Biscroni. Can you hear me now? Is it okay?
Yes, we can. Please state your address.
Okay. I'm at 4236 Washington Street, Rosendale. I've been a lifelong resident of Rosendale and Hyde Park as well. I'm in strong support of this company coming into the neighborhood. That building there could be greatly repurposed to support the community with the product that right now is in high demand. And also, I think the location is by far one of the best locations to provide this type of service and product to the community. It should not interfere with any traffic or any accessibility to it whatsoever. I'm very excited to have this over here in the neighborhood, and I would strongly, strongly support other people to think twice about it again, because we could provide many, many jobs over here in this facility and repurpose a building that is currently vacant, and I don't see any food businesses coming back into the area. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa has asked to speak again. Lisa? Val Mayo?
Yes, I'm here. I would like to speak. I would just like to say that I've lived in Hyde Park for 25 years, and I'd really like to see someone who is from the neighborhood have an opportunity to open this type of establishment for the neighbors and the rest of the community.
Ms. Mayo, what's your address for the record?
I'm 59 Davison Street. So I'm not in support of Harvest, but I am in support of, you know, the other group that wanted to open on Hyde Park Ave.
Thank you. Is Chanel Lindsay present?
Hi, Chanel Lindsay, 754 South Street, here on behalf of Equitable Opportunities Now. Our opposition to Harvest stems from their history of subverting and exploiting not just the equity provisions, but also ownership requirements. Them being a bad actor and a violator in not just one, but 2 other states is a signal that they would not be a good partner here in Massachusetts. And not every large company is a problem, right? And not every out-of-state company is an issue. There needs to be a diverse industry here in Massachusetts. But Madam Commissioner and Chairwoman, as you mentioned, it is on you guys to have and do this due diligence on companies and to be gatekeepers on who's coming here to Massachusetts. And our goal here obviously is to make sure that we're keeping bad actors out, not letting them in. And there are plenty of other
I'm sorry, for the record, the board cannot, if there's anyone who's looking to testify regarding alleged violations by the applicant in this state or other states, you can certainly submit information in writing to the board documenting that, but the board cannot just take hearsay for its consideration regarding alleged violations. So again, the record is not closed today. The board does not reconvene for another week to discuss and vote on these matters, but it's not appropriate for the board to consider hearsay without some evidence. So again, you can email cannabisboard@boston.gov. I will make sure that each of the commissioners has all of the materials, but we can't accept any more testimony without any sort of backup.
Madam Chair, can I address that for a moment?
And give us a minute to get through the public testimony.
Thank you.
We've been sitting here for a long time. I would like to get through the public testimony. I really encourage everyone who would wish to testify that you limit your testimony to the application before us today, and your connection to the application is fine as well. We're not here to disparage one applicant in favor of another applicant you supported. If you'd like to submit something that shows proof of what you're saying to us, submit it to us via email. We're not going to sit here and take verbal testimony for the rest of the afternoon into the evening about that.
Well, as the resident, just urging.
It's after 5 o'clock, Chanel. Thank you very much.
Is there
You've
anyone?
already testified.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify in support of this application who has not previously testified?
Yes, my name is Steve. Oh, can you hear me?
Yes,
my
please.
name is Stephen Drayton. Can you hear me?
Yes, we
madam?
can.
Yes, I'd like to testify for, my name is Stephen Drayton. I live at 271 Brockton, Mass. I'm a long resident of Boston. Lived there all my life. I would like to testify to let them know that, Larry Mays is an outstanding community can you hear me? Because it keeps
yes,
going
we
in
can
and
hear
out.
you. Yes.
Oh.
Thank
right.
you.
Oh, okay. Because my phone keeps going in and out. I'm sorry. But yes, that Larry Mays is an outstanding community representative, and I worked with him for many years in the Boston hot spots in the Boulder Street area, where we sent a lot of gang members to college and a lot of young ladies to college, and he's just an outstanding community representative for the community. By being this opportunity that this Hyde Park will have, that he will create so many jobs and so many outstanding purposes for the community that, we always have to look at not the little picture, but the big picture. And they have the right man for the job that is going to be presented for them in that community. It is time to grow. This is 2020. We must grow big now to move on in the right direction. And I think Larry Bays is one of the most outstanding persons to grow in each category, as in education and as in healthcare, as in job-wise. So we have to look at the whole picture and not just the little picture in the community, but the big picture, which is everybody, not one person. All right?
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify in support of this application?
I would like to. My name is Emmett Folger. I live at 502 Talbot Avenue in Dorchester. I'm the executive director of the Dorchester Youth Collaborative. I've worked with Larry Mays for over 20 years, and I second everything that Steve Drayton just said. He's an extraordinary community leader, and with him involved, I just give my wholehearted support to this application.
Thank you very much. One more call. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in support, keeping in mind that you can also submit written support? Is there anyone else who wishes to submit, or I'm sorry, who wishes to speak in opposition, who has not previously spoken?
Attorney Ross, I would prefer if you submitted your testimony in writing or your comments, unless it's something that we really need to hear right now. In the interest of time,
it's conclusion, if I could.
Sure.
Yeah, I just say that we're happy to supplement the record on some of the comments that arose. You know, this board has seen a lot of new applicants. I think that's good. I think that's healthy. Many of them have never operated. This is an operator, a proven operator with a good reputation in this country, not a bad one, that has been in multiple states and has operated.
I'm going to have to interrupt you. I'm sorry. We have two more applications. If that, we'll take that into consideration. You've had an opportunity to present it. We've had testimony. We have two more people ahead of you, and out of respect to everyone's time, I want to ask you to supplement that in writing.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks to you all.
Thank you. The board will take this matter under advisement.
Thank you, commissioners. Thank you.
Calling Low Key LLC has applied for a recreational cannabis retail dispensary license to be exercised at 571 Washington Street in Dorchester. The applicant is an equity applicant. The applicant contact is Jeff Similian.
Hey everybody, good afternoon. How's everybody doing?
Thank you, Jeff, for your patience.
Thank you very much. I mean, I appreciate this opportunity. Thank you. So should I just get started?
Yes.
Awesome. I haven't been able to see my presentation yet.
Lesson's gonna load up.
Just give me one moment. I'm opening up your presentation. Please go ahead.
Very much. Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you again for this opportunity. Currently, I have my partner, Rob Nichols, and also Chief of Security, John Guarini, on as well. So they will have the opportunity to introduce themselves and speak briefly about themselves. So next slide, please. As I mentioned, my name is Jeff Similian. I'm the CEO of Low Key Dispensary. By trade, I'm a full-time commercial real estate broker in Boston, where I primarily work with small businesses, where I help educate and also, help them with the leasing process. Mostly small businesses who are going through the process of, leveling up their businesses, wanting help, to locate a retail or office space. So one of those things. So this is one thing that I primarily focus on in our community. I also work with national tenants such as Dunkin' Donuts. Primarily did the deal right in Mattapan Square. Also work with the likes of Frugal Furniture. I'm an INI applicant. I was raised in Dorchester, Carbon Square. I was born in Haiti, came to the state when I was about 11 years old. I have about 3 sisters. I attended Woodrow Wilson High School. Then I also transitioned to West Roxbury High School, which currently no longer exists. After that, I attended Curry College, which is right up the street here in Milton. Since then, after college, I graduated, got my degree in accounting, transitioned to real estate, and since then, ever since then, I've been working as a commercial broker, pretty much in Mattapan. I also sit on the Hyde Park Main Street Board. Recently, I opened up a co-working space right here in Mattapan Square where my office is currently located. Reason I started the co-working space is just growing up, I wanted to be an entrepreneur, but I liked the resources that I needed. So at this stage in my life, part of a BNI group, I have a lot of resources. So I decided to create this co-working space where we have Job Corps as one of the main tenants to basically help the community in providing jobs. I have a couple of other small businesses such as business attorneys, credit repair, real estate attorney, and we also have a cannabis attorney that's also located at the co-working space. We recently started a monthly men's group where we provide support and hold other men accountable on plans on things that they want to do. So those are a couple of things that I've been working on in the community. So I'll let Rob, my partner, speak about himself as well. I'll transition to him. Rob?
Excellent, excellent. Thank you guys, Madam Chairwoman, fellow commissioners, for giving us this opportunity. I know we don't have a lot of time, so we'll keep it super brief. I'm a Dorchester native, born and raised. I went to John D. O'Brien High School, graduated class of '99, and attended the University of Connecticut. Upon coming back home, I was a student in Bottom Line. It's a nonprofit in the city of Boston that helps kids get into college, graduate, and start their careers, and that's exactly what they did for me. I interned with Stop and Shop all throughout college. When I graduated, had a job waiting for me, and realized I wanted to get into real estate on the advice of a family friend, and I never looked back since 2004. 2008, went full-time in real estate. I currently am the owner of Boston Trust Realty Group. We employ 95% people of color. We're 100% minority owned. And I just share that to show our track record of stating that we will commit to some of the numbers here. And I know we'll exceed them, but there's reasons we did choose the numbers we chose as far as our employment plan, as we'll get into shortly. And no, we're definitely excited to have this opportunity to speak with you. I'm also a licensed builder, and our company, again, 100% minority owned and operated as well. So without further ado, I'll kick it off to our head of security, John Guarini, to introduce himself, and we'll get into this quickly.
Next slide, please. Don?
Thank you all. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the board today. My roots go all the way back to Mattapan, where I have a family business that's been in Mattapan Square for over 55 years. The company's over 100 years old. I had the opportunity to work in the public sector, working in the Department of Youth Services, as well as the Office of the Commissioner of Probation for nearly 18 different years. In addition to that, I have 11 years of service and currently still am a residential real estate realtor. And I also have experience about 14 years of working in the security field doing executive protection work. I also have 2 years of experience consulting another company who has successfully applied for medical marijuana.
Awesome. Thank you very much, John. And, just to continue on, our team consists of
5-minute warning.
Consists of Felix Edmonds, Hughes Marsland, Sean Robinson, Izine, all people from the community, all, pretty much made of Black and brown people from our community. Next slide, please. Try and kind of speed it up a little bit. Also mention operation consultants, Sharon Adidji, Catherine Tenor, and also Jordan. Next slide, please. As we mentioned, me and Rob, we are currently partners, 100% owned by us. We've been in the real estate business for over 10 years, and this is the reason why the opportunity came to me as a commercial broker. I've gotten several phone calls from, dispensary owners wanting to expand or wanting to open up a dispensary. So this is pretty much how the opportunity came to mind. Next slide, please. My goal, as I said, my goal is to set an example in the community. I want to be the change that I want to see in the world. Being Haitian, being from this community, from growing up in Dorchester, Mattapan area. As I mentioned, certain things that I wanted to do growing up, I didn't have those resources. And, as I put myself in this position now, I want to definitely, want to help and want to provide those same resources for the community, for young entrepreneurs coming up. That's the reason that I got into this, to actually utilize the dispensary as a vehicle to actually help my community. Next slide, please. So the location that we chose is 571 Washington Beat, which used to be formerly Paul's or X and O's. That area, I mean, that property and been there for a while. I grew up in that community. I've seen that community, and we decided that this will be the best location that for us to actually renovate, make this place beautiful, and actually open up a business there. So we currently have this property under agreement for us to purchase and actually hold full control of it. Also, I'm currently working with as part of my business, working with a vegan restaurant to actually open up a vegan restaurant smoothie shop right across the street. So I could actually keep that balance that, too many fast food in our community. I know the community is against Popeye. So, I just want to make sure that we are adding other values into the community and not just dispensary. We're also working, just broker a deal, 34 unit on Aspinwall Street as well. Next slide, please. So the floor plan is not coming out clearly, but if anybody wants to log on lowkeydispensary.com to actually see the full set floor plan, and you could actually, on the next slide, you could actually see what the
2-minute warning
looks like. So I'm gonna pass it on to Rob. Rob, if you could just quickly.
Yeah, I'll be quick, guys. So let's jump to slide number 16 so we can really get into the heart of our presentation. And talk about our employment plan. So one quick thing to mention, community-wise, we are going to set up a community board with 7 members of the community where we meet with them on a quarterly basis just to talk about what's going on with the company and, more importantly, distribute funds that we've deemed for the community. As far as the employment goes, guys, you can jump to the next slide, please. We are looking to employ a Corey-friendly process. Families that have been disproportionately impacted by Corey's, whether it's them individually or their family members. So we have a process in place for that. You can jump to the next slide. As far as our wages, we're looking to start at $16 an hour. We want to provide full health benefits and a 401k program, provide financial literacy training, and really ensure we're employing folks from the area, even at a higher rate than this. We have a goal of 51% Boston residents. We have it at 100%, but the reality is it's not affordable to live in Boston. And as some of our employees grow and start to make, better wages, they're probably going to want to become homeowners through some of the programs we're going to provide, and they may not be able to afford to buy in the community. And that's the reason those numbers are what they are. But definitely wanted to explain that. If you guys want to jump to the next slide. As far as same thing we talked about, employment plan for individuals with criminal records. We also plan on providing a reparations fund to really support folks who are going through a tough time and some of the local programs that the community deems this money should go to. Next slide. Letters of support, Jeff?
Yes, letters of support. So we actually receive a few letters of support, BECMA being one of those organizations that supported us, Hill Park Association.
That's time.
United Neighbors Association. And we collected over 90% of the businesses in the community, also signed our letters and also supported us as well. And we also pretty much met with all the civic groups, which supported us, which provided us with a letter, which I submitted to Leslie. And we could jump to John, if you could chime in on.
In the interest of time, slides 21 through 26 describe the security. I just want to hit some real high spots real quick, especially with the location. This is an ideal location due to it's a zone for a retail district. We're going to have blue bikes available. The numbers 23, 24, and 26 MBTA buses run by the facility. We have MBCR Talbot Ave stop right there on Talbot Ave. We also have the red line at Charlotte right down the street on Melville. We also have a public parking space, and we also have 17 additional private spots that we'll have at the Citizens Bank. All will be well lit. All will be kind of out of view from the public, because our entrance and exit will be in the rear off of Aspinwall Street versus the front on Washington Street. So,
would you mind wrapping up? You've gone over the 10 minutes. And out of respect to everybody else who I held to the 10-minute time, would you mind wrapping it up?
And again, with security, obviously, we'd be following all the 935 CMR 500 guidelines and standards, especially going forward to making sure that no minor is underserved whatsoever, with tertiary systems put in place to make sure that marijuana doesn't get in the hold of minors.
Yeah, and with that, guys, we'd like to open it up for questions. Sorry, we went over on time.
I will first ask Attorney Chayla White to testify regarding this applicant's equity certification.
Hi. I was able to certify Low Key as an equity applicant. Mr. Similian is the 80% beneficial interest holder of Low Key LLC, and he met the following 3 criteria set forth in the ordinance. Mr. Similian has self-identified as Black. Mr. Similian has also resided in the city for the past 7 years. He did submit sufficient documentation to establish his residency. And finally, Mr. Similian is an economic empowerment applicant as designated by the CCC. And again, he has been a resident of the city of Boston for the past 7 years.
Thank you, Attorney White. Does the chairwoman or any of the commissioners have any questions specific to the equity certification? Seeing none, Chairwoman Joyce, do you have any applicant-specific questions?
I don't. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Holmes? Commissioner Lombos? Commissioner Smith? Commissioner St. Gian?
No, I don't have any questions. I just want to highlight my appreciation of the 20% commitment to people with CORIs or family members. I think that's something that's often left out, as well as the impacts that it's had for generations. So those that are parents or children of those people who've been incarcerated also have been negatively impacted. So I appreciate that.
And Commissioner, I'd just like to add that I'm going to utilize my contacts over at Dorchester District Court, obviously, to help empower those who have been disproportionately, affected with the criminal justice system. Who better to speak than me, where I spent 18 years in that system. So.
Thank you. And with that, we will turn to public testimony, beginning with elected officials or their representatives. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak in support of this application? No elected officials or their representatives in support. Is there any of the same seeking to testify in opposition to this application? With that, I will turn to the individuals who've requested to testify in the chat. As a reminder, all testimony must be limited to this specific application. When I call your name, please also provide your address and affiliation if any. Calling Cheryl Crawford.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Cheryl Crawford. I reside at 46 Esmond Street, Dorchester, Mass. I am an equity applicant, and I'm appearing before the board today representing Grazing Group LLC. I'm a longtime resident of Dorchester. My family is longtime residents of the Cobden Square area. I have a very specific request that I am asking of the board, and that is that you use your discretion to defer a decision on Low Key LLC until such time that they've had an opportunity to hear from the application by the Grazing Group LLC. Because I know that the BCB has defined an existing cannabis establishment as a licensee that has been granted a license by the board. And they are, in fact, you are in fact creating a winner-take-all scenario. And as the board grants a...
Ms. Crawford, I am going to stop you there. I did have extensive conversations with your counsel about this. The board does not batch applications. The legal standard that this board has to apply is the time, place, and manner of each specific application. They cannot look at them in comparison. In the case of your application, as I discussed with counsel, you did not have a complete application for the deadline to be on this agenda. We're happy to work with you offline, but any testimony should be specific to the merits of this specific application.
So I guess I came on the call today because I don't believe that that is true. I looked at the dates of everything that was asked of us to submit, and I'm not going to argue that point here, and I'm happy to work offline, but all of our information was in. We've been in lockstep with this particular organization since 2018 in terms of giving community meetings and completing all of the processes. And I just feel like there was an error in paperwork or something went wrong, and I'm okay with that as long as you all are willing to hear our organization as well, seeing that these organizations are absolutely one block within each other. So that's the only thing that I came on the call for, is to ask that you defer your decision on Low Key until you do absolutely hear from Grayson Group LLC. I thank you for your time and your consideration today.
Thank you very much. And again, happy to discuss this further offline.
Thank you.
Calling Laura Similian. Is Laura present? Calling Ian Loud.
Sorry for the delay, excuse me. I support, excuse me, Jeff. These two gentlemen and Rob have done a lot for their community prior to even their interest in the cannabis industry. As you see, they've been successful in their, oh my God, what am I talking about? Selling houses, I forget the genre. And other things that they've done in the nightlife as well to raise money for nonprofit organizations, which I've witnessed myself. So I want to see more businesses like this, and they represent people like me, people in the community, and I would like to see people like them advance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Derek Bonna.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes, please state your address for the record.
Derek Bonus on 356 Lincoln Street, apartment 5, Waltham, Massachusetts. I just wanted to speak in favor of Low Key Dispensary. Jeff is essentially a brother-in-law to me. And through Jeff, I know Rob, and, you know, just being with them and seeing how they're successful business owners, I'm really, really in favor of local and minority business owners coming back to Boston to provide for their communities. And Jeff and Rob have a proven track record of doing so. So they would be a great asset and a great value to the community. So I'm definitely in favor of them getting this license.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nicole Badia. Is Nicole present? Ashley Hunter, is Ashley present? Rudy Lambert.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to testify my support for Low Key Dispensary. I'm currently a resident in Brockton, Massachusetts, but I grew up in the Common Square area on Morris Street. And I currently work with Boston Trust Realty Group, and they provided a lot for me in the last year or so. And I think that they could provide a lot for the community as well, the Common Square area. And like Jeff mentioned, you know, we're working to get other businesses in the area to uplift the community. And I think this will definitely benefit the community. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a message from M. Thomas 365 at Comcast.net.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'd like to speak in support of Low Key Development. I think this property has had a bad service in the neighborhood for years. It's vacant, it's sitting idle. I think this function and this use could begin to help revitalize Codman Square. Not much has changed in Codman Square, and I know this industry now is transforming just what's going on in a lot of business districts. I spoke with some of the neighbors in regards to project, and there was some concern, I'll just say that. But I tend to lean more to the side that it's going to improve a vacant property. A property not only has it been vacant for years, but it's a property that has been a problem for years. It's going to provide job benefits. And I know Jeff and I know Rob, and I believe that they are on to something, and I'm willing to work with them to make sure that this thing is successful. Thank you.
Will you, sir, can you state your name for the record and address?
Michael Thomas, I'm in Fields Corner.
Thank you. Is there anyone I did not call who wishes to speak in support of this application?
Hello?
I see Alexander has a hand raised. Please state your name, your full name and address for the record.
My name is Alexander Middleton. I'm currently residing in Atlanta, but I went to Northeastern. I lived in Dorchester on 19 Claiborne Street from 1967 until 1985. I've been working with Jeff as a technology provider, and I approached him because of his keen insights into what he wants to do with the community and for the community. And I must say that he's taking every step with Rob and John to ensure that his program meets the needs and requirements of the Massachusetts cannabis program and keeping people safe. And I strongly support his candidacy, and I'd love seeing it in my old neighborhood.
Thank you very much. Armani White.
Hi, yes. I'm here to testify as a Boston resident in support of Jeff as an economic empowerment myself, and as someone who is committed to supporting other economic empowerments. I think it's really important folks like him have a shot, and his team have a shot. Also, I think it's important to highlight how Jeff has been an advocate. Also, like he's offered space to organizations to hold workshops about marijuana in his space. It is, yeah, and so he's committed, and I just want to make sure that's loud and clear, and I'll also submit that by email. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And again, calling Laura Similian, who I believe is having connectivity issues.
Yes, hi, how are you? My name is Laura Similian. I live in 91 Brook Road in Milton. Jeff is my husband, so I know him very well, and Rob. I've had the pleasure to know Rob for a couple of years now. I think they're just the perfect team to bring a dispensary to the community. I think the community is ready. I think the community wants it, and what better than to give this opportunity for people that are from the community. This whole operation is 100% Black owned. They know the community, and they're putting the community first. So that's why I support Low Key Dispensary 100%.
Is there anyone else who has not previously testified who would like to testify in support regarding this application?
I would like to testify on behalf of Jeff Similian.
Okay, please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Kerwin DeMott. I live at 8 Silhouette Street in Dorchester. And as a testimony to Jeff Similian, I've been working with him with youth empowerment and development in the community, as well as entrepreneurial stuff as well. And I like to think that he's a man of character, a businessman of character, and he will bring not only value to the business space, but to the community.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone who has not previously testified who would like to testify in opposition regarding this application?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes, please state your name and address for the record.
Yep, my name is Alex Brito. I currently reside at 3 Ruby Road. I'd like to testify in support for the Low Key Dispensary movement. Jeff is a class act, a leader in our community, and I think it would be great to see him get a shot at raising awareness and opening up this shop in Codman Square.
All right, thank you very much. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify? With that, the board will take this matter under advisement.
Thank you all for your time. Really appreciate the opportunity. You guys have a great evening.
Thank you.
Very much again. Appreciate it. Thank you.
And calling our final application for the day, calling Dragon Vapors LLC has applied for a recreational cannabis retail dispensary license to be exercised at 354 to 358 Chestnut Hill Avenue in Alton, Brighton. The applicant is a non-equity applicant. The applicant contact is Christopher Ray. As a reminder, please keep your presentation to 10 minutes, and Jasmine Nguyen will give you a notification at 5 minutes and 2 minutes.
Sounds good. Thank you for having the time to speak to us today and hearing our application. I want to thank all the commissioners on hand. Just a little introduction. You can probably start on our first page of our presentation. Just a little introduction about myself. My name is Jonathan Lau. I was born at Boston. I grew up in Allston area until I was about 4 years old, and then we moved to the Brookline area. In question is 354 Chestnut Hill Avenue. That's located in Cleveland Circle, which is a half-mile from my house. I've lived in that area. I've hung out in that area. I grabbed lunch in that area, dinner. I've been living in this area for a long time, so this is a very big dream of mine to actually be able to have an application for a spot that's close to my house. We can probably go on to the second slide, please. So I do have deep connections with the Boston immigrant and Asian communities. I am a product of two Asian immigrants. My mother is from Hong Kong. My father is from Toisan, China. They're two very hardworking parents that raised me and my brother in Brookline. And so some of the community feedback and support that we have from our residents, I have over 800 signatures in support of our marijuana location. And also, I think about 10 business owners that are in the area that have also signed our petition in support. We also have a letter of non-opposition from the city councilor, Liz Braden. And on to slide 3, where Chris will take over for there.
Thanks, John. Christopher Ray, Hoban Law Group. I'm the attorney for Mr. Lau. Our address is at 100 State Street, 9th floor, Boston 02109. And so one of the pieces of this that we're really excited about is some grants have been made available from the city of Brookline for business owners like Mr. Lau. It's part of a series of grants from the Commission for Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations. So I want to make clear, I guess on this slide, that Mr. Lau is not an economic empowerment applicant, that these funds from the town of Brookline have separate criteria that are not the same criteria as the criteria for an economic empowerment applicant. But these are funds that would be available from the town of Brookline that we already know are secured in part for Mr. Lau to help him develop his business. But that being said, Mr. Lau is self-funding this entire business. We don't view the funds that we will be receiving from this grant from the town of Brookline as a lifeline or as necessary funding for the business. We view it as a show of support. We view it as an indication that the community, that Mr. Lau's community has a lot of support for him, that they understand that he's been a good neighbor for them as a resident and as a business owner for decades, and that he'll continue to be a good neighbor for them as a cannabis business operator. And with that, you can go on to the next slide.
Slide number 4 just shows our location in relation to the buffer zones. There are no K through 12 schools within the distance, no churches, no community centers that would infract on any buffer zone requirements. And also, one of the big draws for the location is the fact that you don't have to drive there. Public transportation is readily relevant around there. We have the B line, the C line, and the D line. All 3 of the 4 green line lines run through that area. There's also 2 public buses, the 86 that runs from Harvard Square to Cleveland Circle, and also the 51 bus that runs from Forest Hills to Cleveland Circle. So keeping that in mind, there were a lot of pushback from the neighbors about potential parking and traffic concerns. We don't really feel that that's much of a concern. We do plan on offering incentives for people that take public transportation. But with that being said, on Beacon Street, it's been counted 140 metered spaces just on Beacon Street, which is within a 10-minute walk of the location. And there are also 80 metered spaces on Chestnut Hill Avenue, and plenty of 2-hour parking along the Chestnut Hill Reservoir too, just to address any concerns about traffic. We can go on to slide number 5.
5-minute warning.
So some of the advantages of improvements, like I said, easy MBTA accessibility. There's already a lot of foot traffic that is around there. We know that because on days that BC has sporting events, the area is filled with pedestrian traffic. And we are well within the mandatory buffer zones, and we have a cooperative landlord. We've already talked to our landlord about, he knows that we originally leased the location with the intent of turning it into a recreational marijuana spot. We could probably just go to slide 9 since we're a little bit low on time. So the company is 100% minority owned by me. I'm a Chinese-born American. I was born and raised in Boston. Just wanted to show you some of the metrics here for minority-owned businesses. This was taken 2 years ago. There was only 5 applicants for 2.6%. I know the percentage of Chinese or Asians in the cannabis industry is around 1.4 to 2.4%, somewhere there, depending on who you ask. And well, equity definitely starts with minority owners and management. I feel that you can't have equity with just hiring employees that are minorities, LGBT community, or veterans, or people that have quarries. It all starts with the upper management and the owners. So we could go to slide number 10. Our hiring plan, I already have a history of hiring people from disproportionate areas of impact, people that are disabled veterans, and also minorities. I ran a vape shop for 6 years. We only had 5 employees, but 2 of them were war veterans, 1 was a disabled veteran, and 2 minorities. So we already have a history of hiring minorities and people from impacted communities. We could go to number 11, please.
Sure. So, as you'll see, on this slide in our materials, our hiring plan, like anybody else's, we can recite the statute and the hiring plan fairly easily. The part that I think that we want to lean on is that, we're committed to hiring always local. And we're committed to hiring from some of these communities that John spoke about, which we already have a proven track record of doing. As a local business owner for decades, Mr. Lau has hired from veteran communities, disabled communities, minorities, and immigrant communities for decades. He has a workforce at the vape shop that he's very happy with, that we envision transitioning into the cannabis business once the location is ready to convert over with its license, after everybody's completed their responsible vendor program, after they've completed the trainings that are necessary to receive inventories, handle cash, prevent diversion to minors, and all of those pieces. Many of those pieces, by the way, are duplicative of existing job duties that they have, working at a vape shop. How to tell fake IDs from real IDs, how to tell what different states' IDs look like, how to read a military ID. There are many comparable protocols. Of course, all of our employees will go through the more robust training programs that are required under the statute. But much of the same workforce, we see skill set as being applicable, not just from a
1 minute
perspective, thanks, but also from the perspective of complying with the statute. Next slide, please.
Can we go to slide 14, please? So we, as a vape shop owner, one of the things that we do, we're the first line of defense to prevent any diversion to minors, any purchase by minors. Minors are not even allowed on the premises. So just to give you a little bit of idea of what we plan to do, we do plan to have a computer ID scanner at the front entrance and also at the time of checkout in order to verify that the IDs are real and that they are state issued IDs and not counterfeit. We will require 2 IDs if it's an out-of-state issue IDs, because as a 21 plus establishment, I have already faced.
That's time.
All right. Yeah, I don't want to take up much of anyone's time, so we'll take questions.
Chairwoman Joyce, do you have any questions for the applicant?
I do. My question, John, thanks for explaining about your process for IDing people. So you're going to be doing electronic scanning and then asking for backup if it's for out of state. And my concerns come from the fact that you're closely located to Boston College and other colleges in the area. So could you elaborate a little bit on that? I also want to know how long did you own the vape store for?
Okay. Could you repeat the question again?
I think I don't see him. Do you guys see him?
Hey, John, I think we lost your video.
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. So John, how long did you own the vape store? Where was that located?
I think we might have lost.
My first location was located.
Okay.
And then the second location was opened approximately early 2018. And that location was specifically for the recreational marijuana within minor transitioning.
And where was that?
At Cleveland Circle. That's the premises that we're talking about, 354 Chestnut Hill Ave. That's the second location. The first location was located in Oak Square, 6 Tremont. And we were open there for 6 years.
Okay, and I just want to reiterate, make sure I'm understanding, you're going to be carding people using scanners to ID them as they come in and as they exit, and you're going to be asking for backup IDs for out-of-state licenses? Okay.
Because we're in an area filled with so many students, we're very close to Boston College. I plan to talk to a company that actually they do a lot of the ID scans for bars, and it actually keeps track of that person's information. I think the CCC requires 60 to 90 days for them to keep track of that information and to verify that it is a real ID. Any kind of fake IDs that are read on that machine, it automatically pops up a false flag. A lot of the fake IDs that I've seen nowadays, they will pass visual tests, but they will not pass the barcode test with the computer scanner.
Okay, thank you. I have no other questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Holmes, do you have any questions?
No, because of the late submission of all his paperwork, I really didn't get to see much, so I'd like to be able to review and reserve questions for later.
Absolutely. Commissioner Lombos?
Same, I'd like to review, but I did want to get a clarification.
Can't really hear you right now.
Christopher, did you say, can you hear me now?
I can, yep, go ahead.
So Christopher, did you say that, or I'm not sure if you said this, but the current staff that was on the slide, is that who will be transitioning to staff? Are there going to be any new recruiting or hiring goals?
Oh,
is that
sure.
all on your...
we envision transitioning much of the current vape shop staff, but I think that the final headcount that is in our business plan, John, is about 10 to 12 employees, which we plan to fill out using the diversity and hiring plan that we spoke about briefly tonight, and that's also included in our written materials. John, is there anything that you want to add to that?
I think Jonathan might have frozen.
Yeah, I'll same with Commissioner Holmes. I'll take a look at the materials and then I'll
appreciate that. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thanks.
Commissioner Smith?
I'll have more questions after reviewing everything.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
And I believe, not to speak for Commissioner St. Gian, but I know she's now only connected via phone because she's picking up her child. So I think that she would probably reserve the right to do the same.
Sure.
If there are no other questions, we'll turn to public testimony, beginning with any elected officials or their representatives seeking to testify in support of this application. Are there any elected officials or their representatives seeking to testify in opposition to this application?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, Connor Newman with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services, like on record in opposition at this time. We conducted a public meeting on April 11th, year 2019. There was a lot of negative feedback from residents in attendance. One of the big concerns was the proximity of the shop. It's directly across the street from the Riley Recreational Center. which is used year-round by children as a pool in the warm months and also as a skating rink as well. Residents were also concerned about security, specifically lines forming outside of the premises. It's a pretty narrow streetscape with a lot of, as I mentioned, there's a lot of bus lines, BC students as well. There's some nightlife there as well. So a lot of people are kind of coming and going on that sidewalk. So people are worried about lines queuing up. They're also concerned about just the size of the structure, be able to hold the necessary apparatus to hold all those people. So.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify in support of this applicant? Is there anyone else who wishes to testify in opposition to this applicant? Dan Daly?
Thank you very much. Daniel Daly, 14 Madeline Street in Brighton, and the president of the Brighton-Allston Improvement Association. This particular applicant met with a lot of opposition, namely, first he had marijuana products advertised in his window before he ever had a license or even, I don't even think of the marijuana license was voted on. So there was some marijuana stuff that he had to be forced to be taken down. Also, as Connor mentioned, the proximity right across from a children's pool and a children's skating rink and a very congested sidewalk along Cleveland Circle. There's not a lot of space in the applicant's storefront to house prospective buyers, and there would be some queuing going on the street. So this particular applicant met a lot of opposition with the Brighton-Allston Improvement Association and many of the neighbors that were in attendance at the meeting that he presented his application to. So we strongly oppose this applicant for this location. We're not opposed to marijuana dispensaries at all, as we approved a couple locations, but this particular location seems to be just really a tough spot across from a children's skating club and a swimming pool in a business district where you'd crowd a restaurant to get into a marijuana dispensary. So on that, the Brighton-Allston Improvement Association strongly opposes this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify either in support or opposition to this application? And with that, those are all the agenda items. I will be following up with each of the respective commissioners with all of the information from the late submittals. And of course, any other information is submitted or any other information you would like to request. Thank you everyone for your patience and for all of your time today.
Thank you.